Chapter 348. There was another method, which was to use essence to forcefully open these minor meridians. Once the minor meridians were opened, he could cultivate the sixth layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This way, Xiao Chen's strength could increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, the difficulty of breaking through was not mentioned. Forcefully opening 4 minor meridians in one go would definitely leave behind some hidden dangers. If not dealt with properly, it would greatly affect his cultivation in the future. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a major cycle in his body, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A purple light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the dark forest for an instant. The light flashed for a moment before it was hidden in the depths of his eyes. As he looked at the purple lightning-attributed energy in the air, Xiao Chen casually waved his hand. The purple energy instantly formed a whirlpool and gathered on his palm, forming a clump of purple flame. Xiao Chen pushed his hand forward, and purple flames shot out. The trees in front of him were silently burned to ashes without a sound. Bang! In the end, the purple flames crashed into a mountain wall and immediately blasted open a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters. The mountain gently shook a few times and a piece of rock fell down with a crashing sound. A casual strike could have such an effect. In the past, Xiao Chen would have been a little proud. However, after seeing the strength of a peak martial monarch, Xiao Chen knew that this was not worth mentioning. In the eyes of a true expert, it was like child's play. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen stood up and muttered, "I am now a peak medial grade martial saint. I need to open 4 minor meridians. When I advance to superior grade martial saint, I will open one of the minor meridians. When I advance to peak superior grade martial saint, I will open another one. When I advance to martial king, I will open the remaining 2. That is to say, I can only truly cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation when I advance to martial king." This was a difficult choice. Forcefully breaking through would be risky. If I waited until I advanced to martial king, it would waste too much time. Never mind, I will not think about it for now. I will go back and discuss it with Lu Ruyue and hear her opinion. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about this problem. Then, he walked towards his courtyard. At this moment, 3 days had passed since the startling battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. During these 3 days, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very busy. They repaired the destroyed palaces and buildings, and also treated the unlucky disciples who were affected by the aftermath of the battle. As for the elders, they were even busier. Not only were they busy giving orders to these trifling matters, but they were also very busy. He also had to calculate how great the loss was this time, comfort the people, compensate the families of the deceased, and so on, a series of things that he had to worry about. In these 3 days, all sorts of rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spread throughout the Shiha province. Many experts had personally witnessed the sudden heavy losses. Furthermore, the Imperial Dragon Legion could enter and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as they pleased. There was no way to hide this. As the rumors spread, they became even more ridiculous. Someone said that the Supreme Elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had all died in battle. More than half of the core disciples were dead, and the first elder was killed by the enemy. All sorts of rumors magnified the losses of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chen thought about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's decision to postpone the inner disciple ranking competition at the end of the year, he could not help but think that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. A portion of the small sects and clans that maintained a subordinate relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion also felt uneasy. What made Xiao Chen feel strange was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not provide any explanation for these rumors. They did not care about the rumors in the outside world. They focused all their attention on repairing the destroyed buildings and treating the disciples. In Xiao Chen's opinion, although the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined, it was still the strongest power in the Shiha province. They had 5 supreme elders who were martial monarchs. This already left the other powers far behind. Furthermore, there was a mysterious expert who wielded a divine weapon. Furthermore, they firmly controlled a spirit vein that could continuously produce spirit stones. With such accumulations, their position as the strongest sect in the Shiha province could not be shaken. In this disaster, the only one that suffered a greater loss was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. However, although the 2 commanders were severely injured, they survived in the end. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered with these things. He only thought about them when he was bored. He spent most of his time cultivating. Even without circulating his movement technique, Xiao Chen moved very fast. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his courtyard. Lu Ruyue and Bai were currently playing Gamoku at the stone table in the courtyard. Gamoku was something that Xiao Chen had created when he was bored. It could be considered a nostalgia for that world. Whenever he had free time, he would play a few rounds with Bai. Bai was very intelligent. She only needed to explain the rules to learn it. Furthermore, she improved very quickly. It would not be easy for Xiao Chen to defeat her now. Xiao Chen walked over quietly and looked at the situation on the board. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyue had the upper hand. Bai was busy thinking of countermeasures. She looked very adorable. Lu Ruyue looked at Xiao Chen beside her and smiled gently. "You're back. It seems like your strength has improved again." Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "I ran into some trouble. You play first. I will discuss it with you later." When Bai saw Xiao Chen arrive, she immediately smiled joyfully. "Elder brother Yi Chen, quickly teach me how to play. Elder sister Ruyue is too incredible. I have not been able to defeat her even once." Ever since Lu Ruyue arrived, Xiao Chen told Bai to call him by his alias. Although Bai did not understand why, she still did as she was told. Xiao Chen gently patted Bai's head and smiled. "Use your own brain. You cannot rely on others to guide you when playing Go. You have to train your thinking." Bai pouted and said, "Elder brother Yi Chen just likes to side with elder sister Ruyue. He is not willing to help Bai." Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled faintly. He ignored Bai's words and walked to the side to rest. After a while, Bai, who had lost to Lu Ruyue again, put away the Go board and said, "Woo woo, elder sister Ruyue is too incredible. Bai will not play with you anymore. Hee hee, Bai. Go and look for elder sister Xiao Meng." Even if Xiao Meng and Xiao Yang worked together, they would not be able to defeat Bai. After she spoke, she put away the Go board and skipped out of the courtyard. She did not seem dispirited at all. Clearly, she did not care about winning or losing. After Bai left, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and walked over to Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue asked, "What trouble did you run into? Let me see if I can help you." Xiao Chen nodded and told Lu Ruyue about the difficulties he faced when cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in detail. After Lu Ruyue heard it, she frowned slightly. Her face, which was filled with a mature charm, revealed a contemplative expression. After a while, Lu Ruyue relaxed her frown and revealed a smile. She said softly, "Let's see if we can do it this way. Opening 4 minor meridians in one go is indeed risky. However, if we only open 2, the risk will not be as high." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He said, "Are you saying that I should wait until I become a peak superior grade martial saint before forcefully opening the other 2 minor meridians?" Lu Ruyue nodded and said, "That's right. At that time, you will be breaking through to Martial King. If you can cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, breaking through to Martial King will be much easier. When preparing to open the minor meridians, remember to prepare some spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians. If you can buy medicinal pills for nourishing the meridians, that would be for the best. A forcefully opened meridian is much weaker than a naturally opened meridian. If it is not well protected, this minor meridian will slowly be crippled in the future. On the other hand, if you take good care of it, there will not be any hidden dangers in the meridians." Xiao Chen's mind suddenly became clear. Although he still needed some time to cultivate to peak Martial Saint, it was much faster than cultivating to Martial King. Furthermore, according to Lu Ruyue's method, breaking through to Martial King would be much easier. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He thanked her. "Ruyue, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have helped me greatly again." Lu Ruyue smiled gently. When she saw Xiao Chen's happy smile, she felt happy for him as well. "That's right. My father wants you to go to the summit tonight. He has something to discuss with you," Lu Ruyue suddenly said, as though she recalled something. The night sky was dark and filled with stars. Xiao Chen looked at the summit of Qingyun Peak. His eyes were filled with hesitation. If there was one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that could make Xiao Chen feel fear from the bottom of his heart, that person would be Lu Tianyu. Regardless of whether it was someone as strong as Song Ke or someone as powerful as the First Elder, although Xiao Chen feared them, he did not feel any fear. This was because he could see through these people. He could tell where their limits were. Since he knew their limits, naturally, he had nothing to fear. However, there was only Lu Tianyu. If Xiao Chen could avoid meeting him, he would do so. When Xiao Chen first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this person gave him a scabbard to help him cover up the traces left by the Thunder King on the Lunar Shadow Saber. With one glance, Lu Tianyu saw through Xiao Chen's identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. After that, he half-coerced and half-bribed Xiao Chen into sending him into a different dimension. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Before Lu Tianyu, Xiao Chen did not have any secrets. Such a person was terrifying. No matter how unwilling he was, Xiao Chen had to go. This person could not even afford to hide. Xiao Chen calmed his emotions and pushed off the ground. He dashed up the steps leading up the mountain. When he arrived at the cliff, he used the gravity spell and soared into the air. After a while, he landed firmly on the ground. A strong wind blew endlessly at the summit. Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He could not even keep his eyes open. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on that strange rock. When the wind blew past him, it was like he was air. There were no ripples at all. The two of them stood on the summit, one quiet and the other moving. The difference in their cultivations was clear. Lu Tianyu opened his eyes. His somewhat turbid eyes looked at Xiao Chen quietly. Lu Tianyu's face was filled with wrinkles. He looked even older than before. There were signs of aging between his eyebrows. Lu Tianyu's gaze made Xiao Chen's hair stand on end. He quickly asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me? I hope you can tell me." Chapter 349. Lu Tianyu was not in a rush to reply to Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen and revealed a smile on his aged face. He said in a drawn-out manner, "There is something I would like to ask for your help with." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Senior must be joking again. You can even draw the divine weapon. Is there anything in this world that you can do? I am just a mere martial saint. How can I accept such a favor?" Without hesitation, Xiao Chen rejected Lu Tianyu's request immediately. Now that he no longer owed Lu Tianyu a favor, there was no need for him to put himself in danger. Lu Tianyu's favor was not that easy to help. Lu Tianyu was not surprised at Xiao Chen's rejection. He stared at Xiao Chen without saying a word. Lu Tianyu's gaze did not contain any irrelevant thoughts. He allowed Lu Tianyu to roar, not saying a word as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Lu Tianyu. After a while, he could not take it anymore and said, "Tell me what you need help with first." Lu Tianyu squinted his eyes and revealed a smile on his face. He said, "I just know that young hero Yi is young and promising. You have the heart of a bodhisattva and love to help others. You will take pity on an old man like me." Xiao Chen interrupted, "Please don't flatter me. Just say it directly." Lu Tianyu waved his hand and the wooden box with the words like the emperor descending personally was sucked over by his palm, rolling around in the air. "I would like to give this divine weapon to you," Lu Tianyu said seriously as he withdrew his smile. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. It felt like waves were surging in his mind. No matter how resilient he was, when he heard that Lu Tianyu wanted to give him a divine weapon, he could not help but feel excited. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen calmed down. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Without the corresponding strength, trying to obtain the divine weapon was akin to seeking death. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu would not give him the divine weapon for no reason. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How could they give it to someone else so easily? "Help me pass this to someone. When he sees the divine weapon, he will know everything." As expected, Lu Tianyu quickly replied. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. "Senior, can you finish your words in one breath? Handing over the divine weapon to me, aren't you afraid that I'll pocket it for myself?" Lu Tianyu said indifferently, "Even if you want to use it, you won't be able to pull it out. To you, it is just a piece of scrap metal." Within the strong wind, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "Sorry, I really cannot do this. There are many experts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Why did Senior choose me?" The incident from 3 days ago was still fresh in his mind. The temptation of a divine weapon was too great. The other party did not even care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and directly charged over. What ability did he have to protect the divine weapon? Not to mention a peak martial monarch, even a superior grade martial king would be able to defeat him easily. Lu Tianyu said indifferently. There was a sorrowful tone in his voice as he said, "Who in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would agree to hand the divine weapon to someone else? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is currently plagued with internal and external problems. A storm is brewing. This is the most dangerous period since the establishment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This is also the last wish of this old man. I hope little brother will not reject it." Xiao Chen did not understand. Lang Liusu advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. The three holy masters will send people to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the support of the Holy Lands, who would be foolish enough to oppose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Tianyu shook his head and said, "If this old man could move freely, I would do my best to prevent this from happening. There would not be a good result from interacting with the three holy masters." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "The three holy masters are detached from the world. They possess absolute strength and are not under the jurisdiction of any royal clan. Their methods are heaven-defying. There will only be benefits to having them backing us. There will not be any benefits." Lu Tianyu smiled coldly and said, "How foolish. There are many peak powers in this continent. Do you know who, aside from the three holy masters, is the true ruler of the world? Do you know how big this world is? You can imagine how dangerous the competition between the peak powers is. Everyone in the world is motivated by benefits. If they cannot obtain something, they will not let others obtain it. There has never been a true savior of the world. As for how big the world was, how many peak powers there were in the continent, and who was the true ruler of the world, Xiao Chen did not know." Lu Tianyu's series of questions rendered Xiao Chen speechless. He could not think of any rebuttal. Cough. Cough. After Lu Tianyu spoke, his expression suddenly turned extremely unsightly. He could not help but cough. Black lines appeared on his face. He looked like he was in great pain. Xiao Chen was startled. He quickly went forward and asked, "Senior, what's wrong? Don't come over." Lu Tianyu's expression turned sinister as he shouted. A horrifying death chi emanated from his body. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and retreated, landing at the edge of the cliff. That death chi penetrated deep into one's heart. Xiao Chen had never seen such a pure death chi before. It made him tremble in fear, as though death was just around the corner. Countless black tentacles appeared on the cliff, entangling Lu Tianyu's body. Lu Tianyu's expression remained calm as he endured bitterly. After a long time, the black tentacles slowly faded away. Lu Tianyu's expression calmed down again. However, his face seemed even more aged, as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. Lu Tianyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I originally thought that I could still hold on for a while. I did not expect that I would be unable to hold on so soon. Little friend, this is the last time this old man will ask of you. Please help me pass the divine weapon to that person." Huchi! Lu Tianyu waved his hand, and the wooden box containing the divine weapon flew towards him. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time, so he could only stretch out his hand and receive the wooden box. The wooden box felt heavy in his hand. It was clearly very heavy. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box at his feet and asked, "What happened earlier?" Lu Tianyu waved his hand and said, "It was just a high-ranked demon that occupied my body for 20 years. You don't have to bother about it. Unless the divine weapon is of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, it will not be able to bring out its true strength. It will not even be able to draw the saber. When the previous pavilion master handed it to me, he left behind a holy seal. Now, I am passing it to you. When you need it, you can draw this divine weapon." Huchi! Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and pointed. A resplendent holy seal appeared on his fingertip and flew into Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen was shocked. He could feel the resplendent holy seal in his sea of consciousness with his spiritual sense. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a drop of golden blood. "It looks like this hot potato has fallen into my hands." Xiao Chen withdrew it and sighed to himself. "Where is this person? How do I find him? What is his name?" Xiao Chen asked. Lu Tianyu replied, "He is the younger brother of the previous pavilion master. His name is Lung Tianhe. He left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion several decades ago. I do not know where he is, either." Xiao Chen really wanted to curse. He did not even know where this person was. How was he going to find him? Lu Tianyu smiled and said, I believe you will find him. Let's go quickly. After using the divine weapon recklessly, I have exhausted too much energy. I can no longer suppress him. Now, I have to seal myself in ice. A strong force pushed Xiao Chen down without any explanation. Frost slowly covered Lu Tianyu's body. The cold qi quickly spread out. Soon, he turned into an ice sculpture. The cold qi continued to spread out and soon covered the entire summit. In the next moment, the entire summit, including Lu Tianyu, was completely sealed in ice. Xiao Chen hugged the wooden box and quickly descended. A strong wind blew by his sides. When he saw the summit covered in frost, he felt very complicated. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box into his universe ring and quickly returned to his courtyard. Lu Ruyue had not gone to sleep yet. She was standing quietly in the courtyard. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before he told Lu Ruyue everything that happened at the summit in full detail. Who knew that after Lu Ruyue heard this, her expression did not change. She did not seem surprised. Lu Ruyue smiled bitterly and explained, back then, when he handed Qing Yun to me, he told me that the high-ranked demon was a demon second only to the blood demon general. The demon's soul had been attached to his body for close to 20 years. Actually, he had been in pain all this while. He was just unwilling to tell me. Sealing him in ice might be the best outcome. Lu Ruyue paused for a while before continuing. You don't have to worry too much about the divine weapon. If you place it in the wooden box, no one will sense it. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, that is all I can do. There are so many people here. It is too difficult to find a person. You should sleep early. If there is a way to save your father in the future, I will think of a way to help. Lu Ruyue nodded and said, in that case, thank you in advance. You should rest early as well. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate as usual. He did not put too much pressure on himself because of the divine weapon. However, he was not in a rush to cultivate the Purple Thunder divine incantation. Instead, he focused on the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Since the Purple Thunder divine incantation met with resistance, he might as well focus on cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. In the back mountains, under a gushing waterfall, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the surging water. He used the strictest method to cultivate the final layer of dragon essence and tiger fierceness. The body tempering art was much more arduous and difficult than the cultivation of cultivation techniques. Aside from the endless loneliness, the body had to endure tremendous pressure at all times. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion used a lot of manpower to repair the destroyed buildings. Within 7 days, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion completely restored the buildings to their former glory. At the same time, they released a piece of shocking news. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's young pavilion master, Lang Liusu, advanced to peak inferior grade Martial King at the age of 17. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, one of the 3 holy masters, would be sending experts to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the beginning of the next month to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion seal the spatial crack. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be holding a grand welcoming ceremony on the Heaven Ascending platform. At the same time, they would send out invitations to the various sects and clans within the Great Qin Nation to attend the ceremony. Unexpectedly, the legendary 3 holy masters would be coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, they had produced an absolute genius who advanced to peak inferior grade Martial King at the age of 17. In an instant, the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion vanished like smoke in thin air. The restless subordinate sects of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately sent people to present gifts to show their loyalty. There were also many leaders of the major powers who personally paid a visit. They brought valuable gifts, hoping to form an alliance with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which had many visitors, immediately became crowded. Chapter 350. This was the influence of the 3 holy masters. Just the news of them coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately eliminated all the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they passed by Saber City and saw the heads of the Divine Dragon Palace's 7 holy envoys, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. They became even more determined to form a good relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chen, who had heard this news from Lu Suifeng, did not feel any change in his emotions. He only responded indifferently and ignored it. Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression, Lu Suifeng said somewhat depressedly, Yi Chen, why do you not seem surprised at all? The Phoenix's Passion Palace is one of the 3 Holy Masters' lands. This is one of the few big things that happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in recent years. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Don't get agitated yet. Your sister told me about this long ago. I was already agitated once. Do you want me to be agitated again? Lu Suifeng became even more depressed. Why is my sister so biased? She actually hid it from her little brother and refused to tell me. Xiao Chen smiled and said, After I tell you, Chu Xinyun will know immediately. After that, the people of Jade Maiden Peak will know. After that, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion will know. Lu Suifeng said innocently, Do I look like someone who likes to be in the limelight? Xiao Chen countered with a question. Is that not the case? Lu Suifeng was speechless. Never mind, let's not talk about this. I heard that aside from the royal court, almost all the major powers in the Great Qin Nation will be there for the welcoming ceremony. All the outstanding youths of the Great Qin Nation will gather. At that time, there will be an even more exciting competition than the inner disciple competition. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, Why? There are no prizes. What is the point of coming to the competition? Prizes? Lu Suifeng smiled and said, What kind of prize would be more enticing than being chosen by the Holy Land? Such things have happened before. The Holy Land has always been searching for genius cultivators. This is something that everyone knows. The Holy Land is the only power that systematically grasps ancient martial techniques. It is rumored that the place where the Holy Land is located is the place with the densest heaven and earth spiritual qi. If you cultivate there, your cultivation will skyrocket. Once you enter the Holy Land, your family and sect will be protected. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. If that was the case, Duan Muqing, Shi Feng, Hua Yunfei, Ji Chongkong, Chu Chaoyun, and the others would probably come. For the sake of their respective clans, they would definitely show off in front of the Holy Land. I feel that you should work hard to fight for it. With your talent, it is very likely that you will be chosen by the Holy Land, Lu Suifeng said seriously. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, It's not realistic to think about this. It's better to cultivate on your own. It's better to advance steadily and surely. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Lu Suifeng thought about it and agreed. He said, I will not disturb you anymore. Continue cultivating. Even if you do not enter the Holy Land, you should still work hard. If you can perform well in the competition, it would be more useful than getting first place among the inner disciples. When Xiao Chen heard this, he entered deep thought. I want to get first place among the inner disciples because I want to make a name for Qingyun Peak. It looks like I have a better way to do so. Representing Qingyun Peak in the Great Qin Nation, defeating the outstanding talents of the various places and obtaining first place would have a better effect. Yes, it's decided, Xiao Chen thought to himself. This is the last thing I should do before I leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With a goal in mind, Xiao Chen worked even harder on his cultivation. He spent all his time on breaking through to the final layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He would do his best to completely cultivate the dragon tendon tiger bone before the end of the month, allowing his body to undergo a complete rebirth. The waterfall rushed down with a force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged at the bottom of the waterfall. The rapid waterfall struck Xiao Chen at every moment. Every time it struck, the force would reach 5,000 kilograms of force. Even a regular martial king would not dare to try such a relentless attack for a long period of time. However, Xiao Chen was as calm as a rock. He closed his eyes and allowed the torrent to strike his body. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body. Only under such high pressure could his body be in an excited state. Only then could the dragon and tiger body sculpting art make a breakthrough in a short time. Otherwise, if he relied on normal methods, he would need at least 3 months to succeed. After consuming the fasting pill, Xiao Chen no longer needed to eat or rest. He just sat under the waterfall day and night. The sun rose and set in the west. It was like Xiao Chen had forgotten about time. He cultivated bitterly day by day. Day by day. He was already numb to the pain. All that was left was the thought of victory in his heart. He did his best to persevere. In the forest outside the waterfall, Lu Ruyue watched as Xiao Chen cultivated bitterly for 15 days without eating or drinking. Her eyes turned slightly moist and her heart ached. Pa, pa, pa. Lu Ruyue clenched her right fist and punched Lu Suifeng's back repeatedly. It's all your fault, you bastard. Who asked you to talk about a competition with him? He is working so hard now. What if something happens to him? Lu Suifeng begged for mercy. Sis, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I was really just saying it casually. I did not expect Yi Chen to work so hard. Pu Ci. Bai flew over and joined the group beating up Lu Suifeng. She pouted and said, Elder brother Suifeng is too bad. Elder brother Yi Chen has not eaten for 15 days. It's all your fault. Seeing the enraged Bai, Lu Suifeng wanted to cry but no tears came out. He thought about the days Bai messed with him. He knew he could not stay here any longer, so he quickly left. How could Bai let him go so easily? She chased him through the forest, causing him to flee. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Indeed, offending women is the most horrifying thing. Unexpectedly, I offended 2 in one go. As Lu Suifeng dodged Bai's attacks, he sighed. Yi Chen, wake up quickly. If you still don't wake up, elder brother will die soon. Boom. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen, who was below the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. He shouted and his chi rushed to the sky. The torrential waterfall actually flowed in reverse under this roar, forming a wave that soared into the sky. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached great perfection. Bang! Bang! The final 2 acupoints on Xiao Chen's right arm opened. From now on, all 16 acupoints on his right arm were opened. Beams of azure light came from the Laogong acupoint on Xiao Chen's palm. Following that was the Daling acupoint, the Neguan acupoint, and the final 16 acupoints. The azure light gathered and formed an azure dragon. The azure light blasted the clothes on his arm into pieces, revealing Xiao Chen's smooth arm. After a while, all the azure light gathered in the flesh on his arm, forming a blue dragon tattoo on his right arm. The dragon's head was on his wrist, the dragon's body was on his arm, and the dragon's tail was on his shoulder. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, this blue dragon tattoo seemed to be alive. Every scale was very lifelike. The pitch-black eyes were tightly shut, as though they could open at any moment. The dragon's aura was very serene, as though it was in a deep sleep. However, Xiao Chen could feel the surging energy. When the blue dragon opened its eyes, it would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains, and split rocks. He would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and crack rocks. Even the heavens and earth would not be able to contain him. Hualala! After Xiao Chen exhausted his qi, the waterfall above him came crashing down again. The higher it flew, the greater the weight and force of the fall. This time it was probably 25,000 kilograms of force. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He looked at the waterfall above him and smiled gently. Then, he opened his palm and clenched it into a fist. The instant Xiao Chen clenched his fist, the bones in his hand crackled. With a thought, the vital qi in his meridians surged. Boom! Xiao Chen punched at the sky. A berserk fist wind carried a boundless aura as it surged forward. A formless energy split the waterfall in half. The surging waterfall immediately split into 2 halves on either side of Xiao Chen's body. The energy did not lose any momentum. After it split the waterfall, it soared into the sky. The energy pierced through a passing flying spirit beast. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. When Xiao Chen saw the might of this punch, he said indifferently, "In the past, a casual punch from me could reach 25,000 kilograms of force. That should have been enough to break through this waterfall. However, it was impossible to refine pure energy like essence. Now I have done it. This way, it will produce a huge might in actual combat." The waterfall grew endlessly. After it was split in half, it quickly mended again. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple light. Then, he landed firmly on the riverbank. All the essence in Xiao Chen's body trembled. All the water on his body and in his clothes immediately evaporated. His entire body became very dry. This caused Xiao Chen, who had been soaking in the water for the past half-month, to feel incredibly comfortable. He felt an indescribable carefree feeling. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chen leaping out of the water, his face immediately filled with a smile. He quickly ran over to Xiao Chen and smacked Xiao Chen's shoulder. "Yi Chen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, your elder brother Suifeng would have died. Ayo. Why is your shoulder so hard? Before Lu Suifeng could finish speaking, he immediately cried out in pain. He held his right hand, which he used to smack Xiao Chen, and flung it around. In the heat of the moment, Lu Suifeng used 70 to 80% of his strength. In the end, it was like he had struck a heavy piece of frost iron. His entire palm was red and swollen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He checked his body with his consciousness. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was still circulating on its own. Xiao Chen had already been reborn. His meridians were like dragon veins. His bones were tougher than a tiger's. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated, his body could be said to be even harder than steel. He could not control his strength. It would automatically rebound back to the person who attacked him. After Xiao Chen checked the situation, he immediately stopped circulating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He smiled apologetically. Sorry, I forgot to stop earlier. It's fine now. How about you punch me again? Lu Suifeng looked at his swollen palm. How could he dare to continue? Wasn't that just seeking trouble for himself? Lu Suifeng shook his head vigorously and smiled embarrassedly. There's no need. I appreciate your kind intentions. I'll leave first. This time, I nearly died because of you. Elder brother Yi Chen, you finally came out. I was so worried about you. Lu Rua, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, immediately flew over and hugged Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen felt the girl's soft body, he felt slightly embarrassed. This was especially so since he was in front of Lu Ruyue. He blushed slightly and put Bai down. Don't hug me like this in front of so many people. The pressure is too great. Chapter 351. Bai's eyes were filled with doubt. He asked curiously, there's a lot of pressure. Is Bai very heavy? Lu Ruyue slowly walked over and smiled gently. How could Bai be heavy? It is just someone who is embarrassed. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. He looked at the two of them and said, sorry for making you worry. While cultivating, although Xiao Chen's mind was completely immersed in cultivation, his divine sense had always spread out in the surroundings, so he knew the situation outside like the back of his hand. Lu Ruyue's actions caused Xiao Chen to feel somewhat apologetic. If such a dangerous matter was seen by someone who cared for him, they would definitely be worried. At that time, he would not be able to consider everything. Lu Ruyue said softly, there is no need to be so pretentious between us. Come, let's go back and rest first. The three of them slowly walked back. Along the way, Bai was the most active among the three of them. He talked about all kinds of things and asked questions that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Time flew, and soon it was the end of the month. During this period, Xiao Chen was not as crazy as before. Every day, Xiao Chen would only spend half a day cultivating. He would spend the rest of his time with Bai and Lu Ruyue, wandering around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After being in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for such a long time, Xiao Chen had not taken a good look around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion yet. Perhaps he would not have the chance to be as free as he was now. Thus, when Lu Ruyue suggested walking around, Xiao Chen did not hesitate and immediately agreed. As it neared the end of the month, the atmosphere of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was extremely busy. Occasionally, experts from various places would come over. These were all solitary cultivators or some of the smaller sects or clans. They did not receive an invitation from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chen had brought many gifts, hoping that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would give him an invitation. He wanted to show his face at the welcoming ceremony, to see if he could leave an impression on the people of the Holy Land. Some sects had especially outstanding disciples, so they were even more eager for an invitation. If the people of the Holy Land were interested in their disciples, they would definitely be able to enter the Holy Land. That clan or sect would immediately become a first-rate or second-rate faction in the Great Qi nation. According to tradition, every time a Holy Land took away a person, the Holy Land would not be able to take them away. Most importantly, they would receive the protection of a Holy Land, and no one would dare to cause trouble for them. Xiao Chen's Holy Land would protect them, and no one would dare to make trouble for them. The endless stream of people made the disciples at the foot of the heaven viewing platform with their flying spirit beasts earn so many spirit stones that their hands went limp. Almost as soon as he picked up one person, another customer came to his door immediately. The sky-gazing mountain was high and steep. If one walked up, Even if they ran at full speed, it would take a regular cultivator at least half a day. How could these anxious people bear it? Naturally, they all fought to become flying spirit beasts. Xiao Chen looked at the foot of the heaven viewing platform and the people holding on to hope. He sighed ruefully. The charm of the Holy Land is truly extraordinary. Just one news can shake up the entire great Qin nation. Lu Ruyue, who was at the side, said softly, "It can't be helped. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Holy Lands are like gods. With tens of thousands of years of inheritance, this kind of reverence is already ingrained in their bones." When Xiao Chen heard this, he frowned slightly and said softly, "How can the path of a martial artist be pinned on the gods? Let's go somewhere else. There is nothing much to see here." Lu Ruyue could feel the sharpness and drive in Xiao Chen's words. She was mildly astonished. Xiao Chen did not seem to care much about the Holy Land. "In that case, let's go and take a look at other places. There is still a good place in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that you have not been to yet." Lu Ruyue smiled gently. After a while, the two of them arrived at the summit of a mountain. The mountain was more than 10,000 meters tall, which astonished even Xiao Chen. After walking 1,000 meters from the middle of the mountain, the entire mountain was shrouded in clouds. When they arrived at the summit, it felt like they were strolling in the clouds. After flying for so long, the two of them felt somewhat fatigued. When they arrived at the summit, they immediately sat down to rest. Looking at the boundless churning clouds, Lu Ruyue had a melancholic look in her eyes. She said softly, "Yi Chen, the people from the Holy Land will be here in 3 days. You will be leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after the competition, right?" To Xiao Chen, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. Lu Ruyue knew long ago that he would not stop at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After learning listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiao Chen should have left already. However, he did not. Lu Ruyue clearly knew that it was because he wanted to repay her kindness. Perhaps, he might even have some reluctance to leave. When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression did not change much. This was a problem that had troubled him for a long time in the past. However, when Lu Ruyue chopped down that tree that night, he had already thought it through. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. If they suppressed it, a heart demon would appear. On the path of a cultivator, emotions were not a stumbling block for them. Xiao Chen did not know that when he thought of this, he had unknowingly cleared the biggest obstacle in a cultivator's life: emotions. Emotions were difficult to overcome. In history, there were many experts and geniuses. However, too many of them fell because of emotions. They suppressed their emotions in the depths of their hearts. There were even some resolute people who cut off their emotions and walked the path of cultivation alone. When they reached the bottleneck of the peak, a heart demon would appear. In the end, they would never be able to cross that bottleneck. In the end, they would never be able to reach the peak. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ruyue and said seriously, "Ruyue, I like you. One day, I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I will bring you along with me." When Lu Ruyue heard this, she blushed slightly. She did not expect the normally reserved and somewhat wooden Xiao Chen to say such bold words. Lu Ruyue was stunned for a long time, unable to say anything. Seeing Lu Ruyue lowering her head in silence, Xiao Chen suddenly laughed loudly. Lu Ruyue raised her head and looked at Xiao Chen. Her gaze was filled with doubt as she asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chen did not stop laughing. He continued, "Ruyue, I really like you. I'm really an idiot. Only now do I realize that I like you even more than I imagined. Actually, I should have said this long ago. Whether you are willing or not, I like you. If you are willing to wait for me, one day with my strength, I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I like you, Lu Ruyue. I like you. I like you. I like your every word and smile. I like everything about you. I like how you treat me. I really like you." Xiao Chen suddenly said loudly. His voice was like rushing thunder, echoing 10,000 meters in the sky. The words, "I like you," caused the boundless clouds to scatter. They lingered in Lu Ruyue's ears for a long time. Lu Ruyue blushed. She covered Xiao Chen's mouth and said, "Don't be so loud. I know you like me." Xiao Chen looked at Lu Ruyue, whose eyes were slightly moist. He gently removed her right hand from his mouth and held it tightly. Lu Ruyue held Xiao Chen's hand. When she felt the temperature of his palm, her tears turned into a smile. She said softly, "I believe you can do it. I will wait for you at Qingyun Peak until you return." Xiao Chen gently pulled Lu Rui's hand and pulled her into his embrace. The two of them did not say anything as they hugged each other tightly. 3 days later, the grand welcoming ceremony finally began. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. All the inner disciples woke up early on this day. Xiao Chen was the same. Before the sky brightened, he had already put on his clothes and started practicing his saber techniques in the courtyard. There would definitely be a huge battle today. Be it Duanmuqing, Mu Qingxue, Shifeng, Yan Qixue, Hua Yunfei, or Ji Chongkong, they were all outstanding talents whose names shook the region. Although Xiao Chen was confident that he could defeat them one by one, he did not dare to be careless. A cool breeze rustled and saber lights flickered. Xiao Chen executed all the martial techniques he knew. Of course, he only executed them once and did not use too much essence. Otherwise, if he executed them all, this courtyard would probably be destroyed. When Xiao Chen finished executing them, Lu Ruyue, who had appeared at an unknown time, held a folded white robe in her hands. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked at the white robe in Lu Rui's hands and felt a strange energy coming from it. He asked suspiciously, "Rue, what is this?" Lu Ruyue explained, "This is a secret treasure, one of the treasures of Qingyun Peak. It is called the Clear Wind Robe. After you wear it, it can increase your speed by 10% in all aspects. Be it dodging speed, attacking speed, or running speed, they will all increase by 10%. The most important thing is that it does not require you to expend any energy. It will automatically display its effects at all times." Xiao Chen received the white clear wind robe and revealed a joyful expression. If he had only heard the first part, it would not have been a big deal. It would only increase his speed by 10%. However, with the last part, this clear wind robe was worthy of being called a treasure. It did not require any essence to display its effects at all times. It was equivalent to permanently increasing a cultivator's movement technique by 10%. Furthermore, it would increase as the cultivator's speed increased. There was no limit. When used together with Xiao Chen's windwalk shoes, it was a perfect match. "Don't just stand there. Quickly put it on and familiarize yourself with it," Lu Ruyue said as she gently pushed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and nodded. He took the white robe and walked to the bedroom. Then, he took off his jacket and changed into the clear wind robe. After Xiao Chen put on the robe and fastened his belt, he looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror, Xiao Chen was dressed in white robes. His complexion was pale and there was a blue strip of cloth tied around his head. After the Scarlet Throne's mark was covered, Xiao Chen's aura became very otherworldly. Compared to his usual aura, there was an additional scholarly aura. This completely covered up all of Xiao Chen's killing intent. This was only the change in appearance. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was the internal change when he put on the robes. When he put on the robe, thin energy lines that could not be seen by the naked eye immediately shot down from the surface of the white cloth. They entered his skin through his pores and quickly connected with all the cells and meridians in Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen waved his hand. He immediately felt that his waving speed was much faster than usual. He raised his leg and took a step forward. Who knew? This step was much faster than he expected. He lost his balance and nearly fell over. This was because his speed had suddenly increased by 10%. Before his body could get used to it, Xiao Chen quickly understood the reason behind it. Chapter 352. Xiao Chen was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. In the past, when the dragon and tiger body sculpting art advanced, his strength would increase as well. After that, his body needed some time to get used to it. However, an increase of 10% was not much. After 5 minutes, Xiao Chen had gotten used to this speed. He pushed open the door and slowly walked out. When Lu Ruyue saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, her eyes lit up. She smiled gently and said, "I did not expect white clothes to suit you. I feel that you should wear white in the future." Bai, who had just come out of the house, stretched his body. When he saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he ran over and smiled. "Elder brother Yi Chen, you look better today." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Very well, I will listen to you. I will wear white in the future." After the three of them washed up and ate breakfast, Lu Suifeng led Xiao Meng and Xiao Yang to Xiao Chen's courtyard. When Lu Suifeng saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he was about to step forward and pat him out of habit. However, he remembered the previous encounter and quickly withdrew his hand. He smiled and said, "Yi Chen, you look pretty good today. You will definitely be able to achieve victory. After you make a name for yourself, you might even obtain the title of White-Robed Bladesman." Lu Ruyue, who was at the side, said, "Don't just talk about Xiao Chen. You have to perform well today as well. Don't embarrass our Qingyun Peak." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he quickly changed the topic. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Don't say anything. Let's quickly go to the heaven viewing platform first." Lu Suifeng led the way, and Xiao Chen and the others followed closely behind. After they descended the mountain, they immediately headed for the heaven viewing platform. There was a lot of people along the way. They were all disciples heading for the heaven viewing platform. This time, almost all of them were inner disciples. This included those who were in closed-door training or those who went out on experiential training. They all returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was several times grander than the previous core disciple exam. The main road was very lively, and the sounds of discussion never stopped for a moment. Up in the sky, countless spiritual beasts flew towards the sky viewing platform, as though they were covering the entire sky. In addition to the disciples of the sect, most of them were small forces that had received invitations. Generally, large forces would have their own warships. He would definitely not ride a flying spirit beast. Even if he did, he would ride a flying spirit beast of rank 6 or above. Only then would he be worthy of his status. Occasionally, there would be a few strong auras flying over the heads of the crowd. The Martial King experts, who were normally hard to come by, were actually nothing more than street goods today. With a quick glance, Xiao Chen saw several peak Martial Kings. There were even quite a few peak Martial Kings. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura flew over everyone's head. It was an old man in a black robe, and he flashed through the air with a young man. Sensing this powerful aura, Xiao Chen couldn't help but take another look. That person gave him the feeling that he was a long sword that could cut through the sky, radiating light in all directions, unstoppable. Even though this person had only released his aura unintentionally, Xiao Chen felt a horrifying pressure. The person who went over earlier seems to be Feng Shuani. I did not expect him to come personally. The young man he is bringing seems to be his grandson. I heard that his talent is very shocking. I guess he is here to try his luck. The attraction of a holy land is really great. I remember when the Misty Sword sect master wanted to take his grandson as his final disciple, he was rejected by this old man. Isn't that for sure? How can a sect like the Misty Sword sect compare to a true holy land? It is not even worth mentioning. The people beside Lu Suifeng watched the old man leave. As they walked, they discussed. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt curious. He asked Lu Suifeng, "Who is this Feng Shuani? He seems very famous." Lu Suifeng explained, "That person is a famous swordsman in the Great Qin nation. He is not even 70 years old, but he is already a martial monarch. I heard that he is the most likely person to become a sword sage in recent years. However, he is independent and does not belong to any power." No wonder Xiao Chen felt so much pressure. It turned out that Feng Shuani was a sword monarch. A holy land was indeed a holy land. Even cultivators who had the chance to advance to sword sage could not resist the temptation. As Xiao Chen continued forward, he met a few peak experts like Feng Shuani along the way. There were even more half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen saw at least 10 of them. It looked like it was as Lu Suifeng said, all the experts of the Great Qin nation were here. At the foot of the heaven viewing platform, there was no way to ride a flying spirit beast. There were simply too many people going up the mountain. Often, when a disciple with a flying spirit beast picked up a guest, a large group of people would immediately surround him. There was no way to snatch the spirit beast away. When Lu Suifeng saw all this, he sighed and said, "It looks like we can only walk up. The heaven viewing platform is high and steep. Even if we travel at full speed, it will take us at least 2 hours." Lu Ruyue said softly, "There is no need to go through so much trouble. Xiao Chen and I can just fly up with 2 people each. Although it is slower than flying at full speed, it is much faster than walking up." That was a good idea. Just like that, Xiao Chen carried Lu Suifeng and Xiao Yang. Lu Ruyue carried Xiao Meng and Bai. They slowly flew up together. After 1 hour, The 6 of them slowly landed on the heaven viewing platform. The crowd on the heaven viewing platform was much denser than at the foot of the mountain. The 6 of them were nearly separated by the crowd. There were several newly built arenas on the largest drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The arenas were all made of the hard heavenly mountain stone. Then, a layer of frost iron was poured on the surface. Only a large sect like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could spend so much money to water the arenas with frost iron. The surroundings of the drill grounds were filled with spectator stands from low to high. The spectator stands were already filled with cultivators. Aside from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, there were even more cultivators who came from other places. The place was densely packed with people. The rostrum at the very front of the drill grounds had already been expanded. It was now twice the size of the previous rostrum. Behind the rostrum was a row of tables and chairs that were clearly higher than the previous ones. The elders of the Elders' Assembly had already taken their seats. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the first elder, Jiang Qi, who usually sat in the middle, was not sitting in the middle. Instead, he was sitting on a chair at the side. On both sides of the rostrum, there were many simple but very grand tea tables. It would not be a problem to seat thousands of people. On the left side were the seats for the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Tianyue Peak was the closest to the rostrum. Next was Gongyu Peak, Jade Maiden Peak, and Qianduan Peak. The 7 peaks were arranged in order from strongest to weakest. Aside from Qingyun Peak, the people of the other 6 peaks were all present. These peaks had their own warships. It was not strange for them to be faster. There were even more tea tables on the right side. There were at least a dozen of them. The people seated there were all the clans of the great Qin nation. The weakest of them was a power like the White Water City's Jiang clan. The few tea tables near the rostrum were empty. This was prepared by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for the noble clans and large sections. Without a certain amount of strength and resources, it was impossible to get close. Little brother Jiang, when will the people from the Holy Land fall? The one who spoke was the sword monarch, Feng Shuani. His tea table was on the right side. Currently, he was the closest to the rostrum. Only someone of his status would dare to address Jiang Qi as little brother. Jiang Qi did not get angry at such a form of address. The other party was much stronger than him. Logically speaking, he should be a junior. Jiang Qi smiled gently and said, "Brother Feng, don't be impatient. The people from the Holy Land arrived yesterday. They are currently checking the bones of our young pavilion master." Feng Shuani picked up the teacup on the tea table and took a sip. He said, "Let me congratulate little brother Jiang Qi first. This time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has produced an absolute genius. At the age of 17, he became a peak inferior grade martial king. In the future, he will definitely regain his glory." "That's right. Congratulations, Elder Jiang Qi," the group of family heads and solitary experts on the right said in unison. Jiang Qi smiled faintly and responded to them one by one. He was clearly in a good mood. Just at this moment, a pure black warship flew over from the sky. A black banner fluttered on the bow of the warship. There was a flamboyant Ji character on the banner. "The people from the Nanling province's Ji clan are here." The person standing on the bow seems to be the genius of the Ji clan, Ji Chongkong. The people in the spectator stands around the drill grounds exclaimed. After a while, another warship slowly flew towards the platform. It was the Hua clan of the Dongming province's inherited noble clan. Not long after, a huge ice bird carrying an ice palace on its back slowly flew over everyone's heads. It's the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. Duanmu King is here as well. The Gi Marquis of the royal court, Ing Shao, is here as well. The Gi Marquis is a genius with a holy weapon. I wonder how he will perform this time. The Night Spirit Palace's warship is here as well. The 2 geniuses of the Nanling province, Mu Qingxue and Ji Chongkong, are here as well. Heavens! The Misty Sword Sect's King Grade warship is here as well. Could it be that their sect master is here as well? The 3 great sects are all here. This is definitely the first time in the history of the great Qin nation. The crowd was completely excited. These strong noble clans and sects that normally dominated their regions were all here. More importantly, the geniuses of these sects were all here as well. More than 100 geniuses gathered in one place. Just thinking about it made the people below excited. Soon, the tea tables on the right were filled with people. As expected, The table closest to the platform was occupied by the Misty Sword sect, followed by the Night Spirit Palace. In the end, the Misty Sword sect's sect master did not come. Instead, the Misty Sword sect's first elder, Ling Chen, came. He was a half-step martial monarch. His position in the sect was second only to the sect master. His status was similar to Jiang Qi's. Ling Chen glanced at Feng Shuani, who was not far away. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Feng, my sect master once personally came to take your grandson as his final disciple. However, Senior did not agree. Now that the Holy Land is here, you come uninvited. Isn't this a little too much?" Feng Shuani's old face glistened with divine light. He did not look old at all. When he heard Ling Chen's words, he said indifferently, "This old man admires the Misty Sword sect's sect master's attainments in swordsmanship. However, it is not to the point of reverence. My grandson's talent is even higher than mine. In the future, he will definitely become a sword monarch. If he does not have the confidence to become a sword sage, I will not let him enter any sect. I will teach him myself." Chapter 353. Beside him sat a green-clothed youth, about 17 or 18 years old. He had delicate features and looked like a youth. However, his temperament was very calm. When he heard the older generation talk about him, his expression did not change at all. He was like a silent sword. Ling Chen smiled gently and glanced at the silent youth. He ignored him, but he felt it was unfortunate. This youth's talent was only slightly inferior to Chu Chaoyun's. At a tea table at the back, Duanmuking's cold and beautiful face was expressionless. He was looking at the heavenly saber pavilion tea table in front, searching for something. When Ji Chongkong saw Duanmuking's gaze, he smiled gently and said, "Miss Duanmu, who are you looking for?" Duanmuking withdrew her gaze and said indifferently, "Are you still not clear who I am looking for?" Hua Yunfei, who was at the side, took over the conversation and said, "It seems like that person has not arrived yet. I did not see him make a move the last time. Who knows, we might be able to confirm his identity this time." In the past year, many outer disciples of the noble clans had died a violent death. Someone had chopped off their heads. It was clear that someone had taken them to the Flying Snow Mountain Manor to claim the bounty. To these noble clans, it was not a serious matter. However, it caused the noble clans to lose a lot of their prestige. Furthermore, after more than a year, the noble clans had not even found a trace of Shao Chen. They were a joke to the world. Duanmuking said sullenly, "Everyone should have no doubts about the agreement we made before we came, right?" A murderous intent flashed in Hua Yunfei's eyes. He said fiercely, "Don't worry, this fellow killed several elders of my clan. If we can confirm it, I, Hua Yunfei, will be the first to step forward." Ji Chongkong's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, "He killed my uncle. Mother already gave me the order to kill him." Chu Chaoyun, who was at the very front, saw all this. There was a look of mockery in the depths of his eyes. However, he hid it very well. Almost no one noticed it. At the tea table beside the Misty Sword sect, Mu Qingxue gently held his teacup. Occasionally, he would glance at the empty tea table on the left. That was the tea table reserved for Qingyun Peak. Beside him, Mu Yanxue and Shi Feng sat quietly. In order to be closer to the people from the sacred grounds, Shi Feng didn't choose the Shi family's table this time. Instead, he wanted to bask in the glory of the Night Spirit Palace, so he sat at the second table on the right. "Eldest senior brother, it seems that fellow hasn't come out yet. You promised to teach him a lesson on my behalf. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Shi Feng said with a gloomy expression. Mu Qingxue smiled faintly. The copper mirror in the depths of his eyes spun continuously. He placed the teacup on the table and said, "Don't worry. You gave me 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I will not take your things for nothing." The leader of the Night Spirit Palace this time was the first elder of the sect. He sat at the very front of the tea table. When he heard Mu Qingxue's words, he frowned slightly and said, "Qingxue, whether the Night Spirit Palace can form a connection with the Holy Land or not depends on you and Mu Yanxue. Don't spoil the important matter because of your personal grudges." Mu Qingxue replied respectfully, "First elder is right. However, I will help junior brother Shi as well. I will help him vent his anger, and let the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion know that the people of our Night Spirit Palace are not so easily bullied." The first elder nodded and said, I heard about Shifeng's matter as well. He has indeed tarnished the reputation of the Night Spirit Palace. It would be good for you to teach this person a lesson. On the streets of the Heaven viewing platform, Xiao Chen, who was bravely advancing through the crowd, did not know that before he appeared, he had already attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Ruyue looked at the crowd and said, Yi Chen, there are too many people. This is a waste of time. Let's work together to open a path. Xiao Chen already had this intention long ago. The crowd was so crowded that it made him feel frustrated. The two of them immediately released their energy and formed a cone-shaped shockwave. The two ferocious energies merged together and immediately opened a wide path through the crowd. The group ignored the curses of the people around them and increased their speed by several times. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, We should have done this long ago. When Yi Chen and I fight for Qingyun Peak and perform well, we will go to the Elders' Assembly to request a flying warship. In the future, we will not have to be so annoying. 10 minutes later, the group of 6 finally arrived at the gates of the drill grounds. Lu Ruyue handed over her golden identity token. After Lu Ruyue handed over her golden identity token, the disciples outside immediately led the 6 to a secret path. They did not lead them to the spectator stands like the others. The exit of the secret path was actually behind the platform. That disciple said respectfully, Marshal Aunt Lu, let's go up quickly. The elders have been waiting for a long time already. After Lu Ruyue expressed her thanks, she led the 5 of them to the limestone steps of the platform. Before they reached the platform, Xiao Chen could feel strong auras. There were even a few that he was familiar with. After climbing the long flight of stairs, the group finally arrived at the top. Xiao Chen immediately felt countless gazes filled with ill intent directed at him. Xiao Chen looked down and remained calm. He ignored all these gazes. Ruyue is late. First Elder, please forgive me, Lu Ruyue said to Zhang Qi, who was on the platform, with a cupped fist salute. Zhang Qi smiled gently and said, You are not late. The people from the Holy Land have not arrived yet. Take a seat first. I am filled with anticipation for Yi Chen. After everyone sat down, servants immediately placed some snacks and fruits on the table. Then, they filled the teacups with water. When Xiao Chen saw the figure of the Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He gave Song Ke a deep look before withdrawing his gaze. Now was not the time to deal with this person. Without an elder's guarantee, if he killed this person, he would offend the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Ke, who had his back to Xiao Chen, felt like someone had used a sharp knife to carve his back. It was incomparably painful. It must be that brat's killing intent. To think it is so horrifying. Song Ke clenched his remaining fist tightly. His heart was filled with hatred. When Xiao Chen walked onto the platform, the delicate youth beside Feng Shuani raised his eyebrows slightly. A sharp gleam appeared in his calm eyes. He could not help but release his sword intent. What's going on? I can't control my sword intent. The youth was shocked. He looked at Xiao Chen with caution. Sword intent would only react like this when it felt danger or a strong killing intent, protecting its master from danger. However, the youth did not feel any killing intent from Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was dressed in white robes and had a calm expression. There were no fluctuations in his emotions at all. The youth frowned slightly. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. So he whispered into Feng Shuani's ear. When Feng Shuani heard this, he felt it was strange as well. He looked at Xiao Chen with a deep gaze. It was like a sharp sword tearing through space, trying to see through Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen moved his spiritual sense and immediately felt a strong mental energy sweep past him. The strong spiritual sense turned into a sharp blade and sliced through this mental energy. After that, he quickly formed a protective barrier around his body, preventing the other party's mental energy from probing him again. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense along with the other party's mental energy, trying to find out who was spying on him. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen only needed a thought to complete it. It was shockingly fast. However, the other party had abandoned this strand of mental energy, making it impossible for him to track it. After Xiao Chen's spiritual sense scanned the air once, he could only return helplessly. However, he maintained the protective barrier formed by his spiritual sense. As Xiao Chen looked at the crowd, he felt somewhat suspicious. Who exactly was it that was spying on him? That strong mental energy from earlier was on a completely different level compared to a regular martial king. Only a half-step martial monarch or a martial monarch would have such an ability. Half-step martial monarchs and martial monarchs were not people that Xiao Chen could afford to offend. Even if he found them, it would be useless. I'll just keep an eye on them. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and ignored them. On the other side, when Feng Shuani saw Xiao Chen's reaction speed and his strong mental energy, he was shocked speechless. He had not expected Xiao Chen to react so quickly. However, he finally understood why his grandson's sword intent had erupted uncontrollably. Feng Tsin, when you meet this person later, be careful. This person is hiding an extremely strong state of massacre. Your will of the sword has already reached small perfection. You can feel a threat from him, which is why you automatically protected yourself. Feng Shuani projected his voice and told Feng Tsin everything he saw. Originally, he had intended to observe a little more. Who knew, Xiao Chen's reaction was too fast. Furthermore, his mental energy was strangely strong. Feng Shuani only managed to see something related to the state of massacre. While waiting for the people from the Holy Land to arrive, the crowd at the tea table started chatting. After all, there were so many geniuses. Normally, it was rare for them to gather together and discuss the problems of martial cultivation. This would be beneficial to everyone. About an hour later, a red sun suddenly appeared in the clouds 10,000 meters high in the sky. When the crowd looked up carefully, they discovered that it was not a real sun. Instead, it was a huge fiery red bird connected from head to tail. Every feather carried a scarlet flame. It was blazing and boundlessly resplendent. With one glance, it looked like another sun. The air in the drill grounds immediately turned scorching hot. It was like all the air had been burned dry, making breathing difficult. Chi! A melodious phoenix cry resounded. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared. Instantly, the might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Many experts felt a wave of pressure. The martial spirits in their bodies stirred restlessly. They felt an instinctive fear from the depths of their hearts. Their essence became chaotic, rampaging through their bodies uncontrollably. Their meridians ached dully. The cultivators quickly suppressed the chaotic essence in their bodies and stabilized their minds, controlling their restless martial spirits. Hoo! The fiery red vermilion bird gently flapped its wings and withdrew its divine might. The crowd immediately felt the pressure on them lessen. All the discomfort they felt vanished, and they felt much more relaxed. This is the holy beast vermilion bird. What a horrifying pressure. Fortunately, it only lasted for an instant. Otherwise, I would not be able to suppress my martial spirit any longer. Even before the battle, my essence is in chaos, and my martial spirit is already out of control. If I clash with the people from the Holy Land, I will probably be defeated in one move. Chapter 354. The people of the Holy Land are indeed not people we can guess at. They are too strong. The crowd and the spectator stands all looked up to the sky. When they saw the beautiful scarlet vermilion bird, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and awe. Compared to the others, Xiao Chen did not feel anything. He did not feel any pressure at all. Song Ke had already shattered his martial spirit, and it was hidden in more than 300 acupoints in his body. There was only one chi whirlpool left in his body. Hence, his expression was calm. Everything was normal. Looking at the fiery red vermilion bird in the sky, Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a mocking smile. This is interesting. The moment he appeared, he used the aura of a holy beast to put on a show of strength. He wanted everyone to know who the main character was. Now, it circled around in the air a few times but still refused to come down. Does it like the attention of the crowd that much? Boom! 5 minutes later, the vermilion bird circling in the sky turned into a beam of fiery light and landed on the platform. In a breath of time, it landed firmly on the ground. 5 people wearing long red robes appeared before the crowd. There was a golden vermilion bird embroidered on their robes, covering their entire body. There was an old man and 4 youthful boys and girls. There were 2 males and 2 females. The males were handsome and elegant, and the females were beautiful and pure. They were very pleasing to look at. There was no aura scattered. The energy from the fall of 10,000 meters was perfectly merged into the ground, vanishing into thin air. This showed their strong control over their strength. Xiao Chen was rather impressed by this move. If it were him, He would not be able to do it so casually and naturally. The first elder, Jiang Qi, quickly stood up. He had a respectful expression and some anticipation as he asked the old man, "Elder Yen, how is our young master's talent?" The old man with the family name Yen smiled gently and said, "His aptitude is excellent. He can cultivate in the Phoenix's Passion Palace for 3 years. If his comprehension ability is high, he might even become a core disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." The group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders all had smiles on their faces. Even the usually calm Jiang Qi had an excited expression on his face. "Many thanks, Elder Yen." Jiang Qi cupped his hands in thanks. "Greetings, Elder Yen." The clan heads and elders on the platform reacted and immediately stood up. They cupped their hands in greeting to the Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder. Elder Yen raised his hand slightly. The smile on his face did not diminish, making him look very amiable. However, there was an undetectable hint of arrogance in his words. He said, "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am only an outer elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." After everyone sat down, they discovered that the people from the Holy Land were much more amiable than they had imagined. Their favorable impression of the Holy Land increased even further. Xiao Chen's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He caught a flash of arrogance in the old man's eyes. The arrogance of the youths behind him was even more obvious. The Phoenix's Passion Yen slowly sat down and said softly, "The Phoenix's Holy Land. Sex Holy Land, Sex Sect, Palace's Sect." At the same time, I wanted to see if there were any geniuses that could be excavated in the great Qin nation. That was why I asked Elder Jiang to help me invite everyone here. Feng Shuani asked softly, "Elder Yen, can you tell us more about the sacred ground selection criteria?" Elder Yen replied, "It is similar to what everyone is thinking. There will be a competition that will allow us to see the actual combat abilities of the cultivators. After that, we will measure their aptitude. However, there is a threshold before that." "What threshold?" Feng Shuani asked. Elder Yen glanced behind him and a young man immediately walked out. This person's name is Luo Li. He is ranked within the top 100 of our Phoenix's Passion Palace's outer disciples. As long as you can exchange 10 moves with him, you will be qualified to participate in the grand competition. Otherwise, if there are too many of them, it will be troublesome. When the crowd heard that Xiao Chen had only exchanged 10 moves with an outer disciple, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This person was only a superior grade martial saint. He should have no problem exchanging 10 moves. Luo Li sneered in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. This group of lowly people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they really think that it's so easy to last 10 moves against me? Luo Li pushed his feet off the ground and moved through the air in a red arc. Then, he landed firmly on an arena. Wherever it passed, the red sparks on the streamline would linger for a long time. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Elder Yen nodded and said, "Let's begin. If you are confident in your strength, you can come forward and give it a try. Those who can last 10 moves will be qualified to participate in the grand competition." Elder Yan's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Every cultivator in the spectator stands could hear it clearly. As long as one could last 10 moves, they would be qualified to participate in the grand competition. When they heard this, almost all the cultivators were tempted. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Although they knew that the Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples were extraordinary, if it was only 10 moves, most of the cultivators felt that they could give it a try. A gray figure descended from the spectator stands and landed firmly on the ground. It was a cultivator who was confident in his own strength and had come to test his moves. This gray-robed cultivator was no older than 20 years old. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He looked very ordinary and had a sword hanging at his waist. However, his eyes were spirited and his steps were majestic. With one look, it was clear that he was an expert. This person performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Shiha Province's Flowing Cloud Sex Yi Fan. Please give me some pointers." So, it is the Flowing Cloud Sex Yi Lan. This Flowing Cloud sect is considered a large sect in the Shiha Province. Yi Fan is the strongest person in this sect. If he makes a move, he should be able to test out the strength of the Holy Land's people. Yi Lan has been a medial grade martial saint for a long time. He should not have any problems enduring 10 moves. If even he cannot do it, then half of the people here will be eliminated. Some of the people who recognized Yi Lan started discussing in soft voices. Luo Li wore red robes and his long hair fluttered in the wind. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently, "You are not worthy. Let me give you some pointers. One move is sufficient to defeat you." Arrogant. I want to see how incredible the Holy Land's people are. When Yi Fan heard this, he became slightly angry. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and drew it with a schwa sound. He brandished his sword and in an instant, he sent out thousands of sword lights at Luo Li like a torrential storm. The sword images flickered and the wind howled. Every strand of sword light contained a trace of cold qi. When there were thousands of sword lights, there were thousands of strands of cold qi. The temperature of the arena immediately plummeted. The surface of the arena, which was infused with frost iron, was soon covered in a layer of ice. This is the Flowing Cloud Sex Ice Sword Shadow, a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. I did not expect this Yi Lan to have practiced it to small perfection. He can send out thousands of sword lights in an instant. The sword qi covered in the state of ice is not easy to break. An elder leading the Misty Sword Sects team commented from the platform. The Misty Sword Sect of the Great Qin Nation was an expert in using the sword. Their understanding of sword techniques was definitely higher than everyone else's. Everyone nodded to themselves at his comment. The only sword monarch present, Feng Shuani, also felt that this sword shadow was not easy to break. Although Yi Fan had not comprehended the state of ice, the ice on the ground showed that his understanding of ice was very close to that of a state. When the Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder Yen saw all this, he smiled faintly. He was not worried at all. He thought to himself, if I can't even break this sword technique, then why did I call Luo Li out to embarrass himself? When Luo Li saw the ice sword shadow filling the sky, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a mocking expression. You have not even comprehended the state of ice, and you are not embarrassed to come out and embarrass yourself. Melt. After Luo Li spoke, a ring of red flames appeared under his feet. The flames rose up from his feet and circled around his body. Finally, they formed a fiery red vermilion bird image. Z. A heat wave invisible to the naked eye spread out from Ro Li's body. The ice on the ground was instantly evaporated into water vapor. After a while, the ice sword shadow slowly melted in the air. When it was 10 meters away from Luo Li, the cold qi on the ice sword shadow had all evaporated into steam. With the disappearance of the cold qi, the ice sword shadow was completely broken. All the ice sword shadow automatically dissipated in the air. Everyone in the spectator stands had their mouths agape. They had never imagined that the thousands of sword shadows would be broken so easily. Everyone thought that the ice sword shadow would not be able to injure Luo Li. However, they did not expect him to break it without even making a move. Feng Shuani suddenly understood. He muttered, one has not even comprehended a state, while the other has comprehended the state of fire to great perfection. Furthermore, he has the support of an ancient divine beast martial spirit. They are on completely different levels. Boundless steam spread out in the arena, covering Luo Li's figure like a mist. Hu Qi! The steam filled the air and a fiery red figure soared into the sky. Then, he turned into a beam of red light and flew rapidly towards Yi Fan. Pa! While Luo Li was in the air, before he got close, he sent out a palm strike. When the palm wind struck the air, it gave off a boundless roar and formed an intense qi tornado. Flames surged out from the qi tornado. In an instant, the force of Luo Li's palm strike brought out a large flaming tornado. The flaming tornado formed a strange formation in the air. It vaguely looked like the silhouette of a vermilion bird. While this palm strike looked simple, it was actually very profound. When Yi Fan saw the flaming tornado in the sky, his expression changed drastically. He placed 2 fingers on the bottom of his sword and quickly slid upwards. Every time his fingers slid upwards, the light on the sword became brighter. When his fingers slid past the tip of the sword, a boundlessly resplendent sword light soared into the sky. The sword light was 30 meters long and extremely sharp. Its aura was vast and mighty, trying to scatter all the flames in the sky. Suddenly, Luo Li shouted in the air. The vermilion bird martial spirit above his dantian immediately gave off a melodious cry. A strand of holy might shot at Yi Fan at lightning speed. The vast holy might caused the martial spirit in Yi Fan's body to tremble involuntarily. His essence immediately became unstable. The incomparably sharp sword light immediately showed signs of loosening. That incomparably sharp aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 355. It's over, Yi Fan thought in horror as his complexion paled. He felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Bang! The flaming tornado instantly scattered Yi Fan's sword light, which had lost its sharpness. The horrifying energy struck Yi Fan's body without holding anything back. Yi Fan vomited a large mouthful of blood in the air as he was flung high into the air. His skin was already charred black. Just at this moment, a figure broke through the flames and ruthlessly smashed a palm strike on Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan's injuries worsened as he vomited another mouthful of blood. His body fell outside the arena. When the boundless flames scattered, only an unharmed Luo Li remained in the arena, standing proudly. I said I would defeat you in one move, so I will defeat you in one move. Next. Luo Li's cold and arrogant voice resounded throughout the drill grounds. Under the blazing sun, the originally bustling drill grounds fell deathly silent. No one said a word. Luo Li thought in horror as he watched the heavily injured and unconscious Yi Fan being carried away by the flowing cloud sect elders. How is this still an exchange of moves? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This person was too ruthless. If he could not withdraw the flames, then he did not even need to use the final palm strike. However, this person still attacked. It was clear that he wanted to beat the other party half to death, showing no mercy. After the crowd fell silent for a while, another person came down to challenge. There were always people who were confident in their strength. Enduring 10 moves did not seem too difficult. Once they passed, they might be able to enter the Holy Land. At that time, they might become as strong as the other party. This person was slightly stronger than Yi Fan. He had already comprehended the state of wind to small perfection. He managed to endure 9 moves after much difficulty. Luo Li was slightly injured and exhausted a lot of his essence. However, he still had most of his strength. He thought joyfully, I just need to endure one more move. However, Luo Li smiled coldly. He unleashed the holy might of his ancient martial spirit again. His opponent's martial spirit trembled, and his essence became unstable. An opening appeared, and he was sent flying in the final move. You can't even withstand a single blow. Next. You are full of openings. How embarrassing. Scram. Trash wants to enter the Holy Land to cultivate? Go down. For a time, more and more people came down to challenge him. However, all of them were defeated by Ro Li. Some did not even last 5 moves and were directly knocked down. Some managed to endure 9 moves, but Luo Li immediately unleashed the holy might of his vermilion bird martial soul for the final move. Using the might of a divine beast, Xiao Chen caused the other party's martial spirit to tremble and essence to become unstable, forcefully breaking the other party's killing move. Just like that, dozens of people went down. Many of them were outstanding talents from various regions, and their strength could be said to be terrifying. However, none of them could last more than 10 moves against the other party. Furthermore, those who went up were all heavily injured, a tragic sight to behold. Luo Li showed no mercy at all. When Feng Shuani saw this, he found it hard to bear. He said to Elder Yen, isn't this threshold a little too strict? Since it is a threshold, can we not use sage might and test it with our strength? Feng Shuani's words were also what the others were thinking. If they did not use their holy might, there should be at least 10 people who could last 10 moves. However, once Luo Li used the Vermilion Bird's holy might, he would be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Even an inferior grade martial king that was 1 grade higher would not be a match for him. Elder Yen smiled faintly and said, Everyone, this holy might is actually the most crucial part of the threshold. If one cannot even withstand the holy might, then what is the point of entering our sect? Furthermore, this Luo Li's Vermilion Bird bloodline is not of the direct line of descent. It is already very diluted. It is not considered much in our sect. When the crowd heard what Elder Yen said, they could not find any reason to refute. Even if they could only keep it in their hearts. Who asked him to control the Holy Land selection? How could they dare to refute him? As the crowd spoke, another disciple in the arena got his internal organs ruptured by Luo Li's palm strike. He vomited blood and rolled off the arena. It was a tragic sight to behold. He was in a sorry state. When one looked carefully, this person was actually the 9th-ranked Liuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list. Unexpectedly, he could not last more than 10 moves against Luo Li. The strength of the Holy Land's people is indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, even the 9th-ranked Li Yuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list could not last more than 10 moves. Many of the cultivators in the spectator stands recognized Li Yuza. They all exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Li looked at this person indifferently and smiled coldly. With such strength, he can be ranked 9th in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's ranking is too worthless. Even trash like him can make it onto the ranking. When many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples heard this, their faces turned red. They felt humiliated and could not suppress the rage in their hearts. They wanted to jump down and teach this person a lesson. However, when they thought of his strength, they felt helpless. If senior brother Murong had not left, this person would not have the chance to be so arrogant, using the might of the Holy Spirit. This is too much, many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples said angrily. When Jiang Qi, who was on the platform, heard Luo Li's words, his expression changed as well. Elder Yen smiled and said, "Elder Jiang Qi, don't mind him. Youths always have their sharpness. Don't take it to heart." When Jiang Qi heard Elder Yen siding with Luo Li, he smiled embarrassedly to indicate that it was fine. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen below the platform. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yi Chen, go down and exchange moves with this disciple from the Holy Land. 10 moves will do." 10 moves? In that case, 10 moves, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at Luo Li, who was looking at him mockingly. "Yi Chen, be careful," Lu Ruyue said worriedly as she held Xiao Chen's hand under the tea table. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at Lu Ruyue. There was no fear on his delicate face. He smiled gently and said, "It's fine. He is not a match for me. I can defeat him in 3 moves." Huchi! Xiao Chen slowly stood up and pushed off the ground with his feet. He turned into a purple beam of light and instantly landed on the arena. "It's Yi Chen." Yi Chen came out. Even without Murong Chong, Yi Chen will definitely take revenge for us. Indeed, how could we forget about Yi Chen? Yi Chen even defeated Murong Chong before. He will definitely be able to last 10 moves. Yi Chen, don't disappoint us. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples below the arena looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen who had landed on the arena with a calm expression. Their originally powerless hearts became hot-blooded again as they cheered. Their blood had not turned cold yet, and their beating hearts could still burn. When the severely injured Li Yuza saw Yi Chen appear, he said unyieldingly, "Is he Yi Chen? Recently, I have been hearing this name a lot in the Shiha province. He was the one who killed the evil beast on the Black Dragon River. Not only did he kill the black tuna whale that time, he even killed the expert of the older generation, Yu Mingshan, who chased after them. Previously, I heard that there was a youth called Yi Chen wandering around and killing many high-ranked spirit beasts. It looks like he is the one." Now, Yi Chen's name was no longer as obscure as before. He represented the leading figure of the younger generation in the Shiha province. In many people's hearts, he was already the second Murong Chong. It could even be said that he had already surpassed Murong Chong. The white-robed Xiao Chen had a calm expression on his face. He turned a deaf ear to the voices around him, unfazed by honor or disgrace. An empty reputation would forever be an empty reputation. There was no need to be anxious or happy. The corner of Luo Li's lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression on his handsome face. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily popular. However, you are just a person from the lower realm. You will never know how high the heavens are. No matter how strong a genius is, they are not even comparable to dog shit in my eyes." Xiao Chen smiled gently and looked at Luo Li calmly. He said, "You are just an unranked disciple of the Holy Land. Don't think that you are a god. In my opinion, you are the one who is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, not knowing how big the heavens are." Xiao Chen's words seemed to have struck a chord in Luo Li's heart that he could not touch. A trace of anger flashed on Luo Li's face as he said coldly, "I will make you scram off this arena within 3 moves. Is that so? I seem to have promised someone to defeat you within 3 moves, Xiao Chen smiled gently. Luo Li's expression turned sullen as he snorted coldly. Arrogant! Boom! Luo Li shouted, and a scarlet flame immediately soared up from his feet. It circled around and formed the image of a vermilion bird behind him. Then he sent out a palm strike. The wind in the air exploded. The force of this palm strike blasted out countless intense cyclones. Flames soared in the cyclones, forming many 100-meter-tall flaming tornadoes in the blink of an eye. The rings of flames of various sizes formed a strange formation in the air. From a distance, it looked like the rough outline of a vermilion bird. It was this move again. Many experts from before had fallen to this move. Xiao Chen used the power of the vermilion bird to create a destructive force that could sweep away all obstacles. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and his expression was resolute. He placed his right hand on the lunar shadow saber and drew his saber at lightning speed just as the flaming tornadoes were about to hit him. Rumble! Suddenly, thunder roared in the calm sky. Purple lightning tore through the air and infused into the lunar shadow saber. The snow-white saber immediately flickered with a purple light. Xiao Chen moved forward at lightning speed and hacked down. The saber passed right through the center of the vermilion bird's head. He wanted to break the power of this move with this saber strike. The sharp saber strike contained the purest state of thunder. Everywhere the saber light passed, it tore through everything. Pu-ci! Everyone in the drill ground seemed to hear the mournful cry of a vermilion bird in their minds. Then, the flaming tornadoes and the layers of horrifying tornadoes shattered. The scattered flaming tornadoes blew wildly in the surroundings, blasting the 4 fences of the arena until only 4 lonely pillars remained. The pillars were charred black. Cassier! Cassier! After that, the 4 pillars shattered piece by piece. Unexpectedly, they were all charred from the inside out. This showed how tyrannical the power of this flame was. Seeing Xiao Chen easily break the martial technique that Luo Li was so proud of, countless people thought to themselves, good. When Luo Li saw his proud martial technique, the flaming phoenix chain burst, being broken in the most direct and decisive manner. His expression changed slightly. Luo Li pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings gently. As the vermilion bird flapped its wings, Luo Li's aura started to soar. Soon, it reached its peak, and his state of fire reached its peak. Chapter 356. A formless scarlet flame enveloped Luo Li's entire body. The temperature in the arena rose rapidly, and the frost iron under his feet became shockingly hot. Xiao Chen felt like his windwalk shoes were being roasted by a furnace. The soles of his feet felt extremely uncomfortable. Just as Xiao Chen was about to circulate his essence to resist, a cool breeze blew from the windwalk shoes. The temperature immediately dropped. Unexpectedly, the windwalk shoes had such a function. This inadvertently helped Xiao Chen a lot. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he stopped moving. This move contains the vermilion bird sword chi that contains a peak state. Let's see how you break it, Luo Li said coldly as his aura reached its peak. Luo Li's entire body became like a sharp, bright red sword. He held 2 fingers on his right hand together and pointed at Xiao Chen. A scarlet sword chi quickly appeared. It gave off a piercing sonic boom as it shot towards Xiao Chen. Its speed was very close to the speed of sound. The scarlet flaming sword chi contained a state was extremely sharp. Before it got close, Xiao Chen could already feel its sharpness. Xiao Chen moved back gently and moved at lightning speed. He decided to avoid the sharpness for now. Z. A finger-sized hole immediately appeared where Xiao Chen originally stood. Unexpectedly, it pierced through the frost iron. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the frost iron to sizzle and steam to rise. Chi. Strands of scarlet sword chi rained down like arrows. Xiao Chen retreated again and again. You think you can retreat? Haha. I have a total of 999 strands of sword chi in this move. Let's see how you can retreat. Stand down and die. Luo Li laughed maniacally in the air as he watched Xiao Chen retreat. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings continuously. When Xiao Chen saw the vermilion bird flapping its wings behind him, he entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Luo Li's feet left the ground. Half of his body was already dangling at the edge of the arena. The hearts of the spectators jumped. The entire place immediately fell eerily silent. Is Yi Chen going to be defeated as well? Everyone thought unwillingly. The state of thunder that had already gathered in the air churned ferociously. Muffled thunder roared continuously. Arc-light slash. With a shout, Xiao Chen swung his saber. The purple saber chi drew a long arc in the air. The end of the arc was pointed at the vermilion bird image behind Luo Li. Creak. With a painful wail, the vermilion bird stopped flapping its wings as if it had been struck by lightning. Bang! When the attacks landed on the vermilion bird, it was like they landed on Rolly himself. Rolly fell heavily to the ground with a pale complexion. The sword chi that filled the sky immediately disappeared above Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he walked forward. Damn it! When Luo Li saw the relaxed Xiao Chen, he roared ferociously and smashed the ground with his right palm. Hoo-chi! Hoo-chi! Instantly, countless small red flaming birds flew out from the ground. They chirped continuously, filling the sky with red flaming birds. Each of these flaming birds could easily blast apart a small mound. With so many of them, they would be able to flatten a mountain. Wu Kuei transforms to Qi. Xiao Chen brandished his saber as he advanced step by step. The divine Wu Kuei tree appeared from nowhere and turned into strands of dense purple saber chi. The purple saber chi flew everywhere in the air, shattering the flaming birds into sparks and shattering them. Sparks filled the sky and deafening explosions resounded above Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He walked at a moderate pace as his white robes fluttered. He continued to walk towards Ro Li, who was on the ground. Haha! You actually dare to get so close to me. Do you really think this move is over? 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, combine. Ro Li laughed maniacally from the ground. The countless sparks in the air immediately gathered at a certain point. A horrifying aura spread out, and a fiery red vermilion bird quickly formed in the air. Qi breaks Wu Kuei break. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He did not stop moving as he formed hand seals with his left hand. The drifting purple energy in the air quickly gathered together with Xiao Chen's hand seals. When the vermilion bird completely formed, a strand of dense purple saber chi flew out at lightning speed. In an instant, it shattered the vermilion bird that had just formed into dust. Not good, Elder Yan, who was in the spectator stands, thought to himself as he watched Xiao Chen slowly walk over with a calm expression. Elder Yan's expression changed slightly as he sent a voice projection to the other man behind him. Luo Huang. Ro Li might be defeated. Prepare to make a move at any time. 3 moves have passed. You are full of openings. You are here to embarrass yourself. I hope you can receive 3 moves from me. Xiao Chen said calmly as he looked at Ro Li, who had an expression of disbelief on his face. This was not the first time Ro Li had said this to the people he knocked off the arena. When he heard Xiao Chen return it to him, he felt humiliated in his heart. Do you think you have one? I still have not used my holy might. How can an ordinary person like you understand the horror of a holy might? Ro Li said with a sinister expression. Originally, Ro Li thought that he could defeat his opponent without using his holy might. That way, he would be able to humiliate his opponent even more. Now, it looked like he was the one being humiliated. The vermilion bird above his dantian cried out. Immediately, a strand of vast holy might shot at Xiao Chen. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Roaming Dragon's 9 Transformations. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and instantly split into 9. 9 cool breezes blew in the arena. Xiao Chen's killing chi was completely gone. No one could even feel his killing intent. How can this be? My holy might, which has always been successful, is actually useless. My opponent's movements are perfect and flawless. It does not look like he is affected by the holy might at all. Ro Li's expression changed drastically. This time, he finally felt some horror. He quickly retreated, but the 9 figures had already surrounded him. The cool breezes hid a boundless killing intent. There was no way for him to retreat. The 9 silhouettes merged together in the air. The killing intent that had disappeared suddenly exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering the entire arena, making it impossible for anyone to hide. This made Ro Li feel that he was so close to death for the first time. Aside from the holy might, he was just a top-notch genius. His strength was close to that of Duan Muking and the others, perhaps even slightly weaker. Now that the holy might had lost its effect, Ro Li's heart was in complete chaos. Furthermore, the overwhelming killing chi immediately made him lose his wits. A resplendent saber light immediately lit up on the snow-white saber. Then, it stabbed into Ro Li's chest, 10 centimeters away. This was Xiao Chen holding back. Otherwise, This saber would have stabbed into Ro Li's heart. The vermilion bird embroidered in golden thread on the scarlet robes suddenly lit up with a golden light. The resplendent golden light prevented Xiao Chen's saber from stabbing into the robes. It is actually a secret treasure. The people of the Holy Land are really generous. Even an outer disciple has a defensive secret treasure, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Ro Li's pale complexion immediately regained its color. He laughed loudly and said, "I nearly forgot. I have a secret treasure with me. You cannot injure me." This robe is an imitation of an ancient secret treasure, the golden jade robes. However, it is useless to tell you. You are just a lower realm bumpkin. You probably do not even know what a secret treasure is. Ha ha ha. Ignorant. The people of the Holy Land are actually so ignorant. Xiao Chen was speechless. With a thought, a strand of the state of massacre on the scarlet throne quickly flowed out. Ro Li's smile froze very quickly. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the dazzling purple saber. With a chi sound, the tip of the saber easily pierced through Ro Li's robes. Blood spurted out of the wound. Ro Li grabbed the saber with his hand and said in a fluster, "How can I be injured? A lower realm bumpkin actually injured me." One move. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his saber. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the saber onto the arena. Bang! Xiao Chen gently raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached consummation, this was the first time he used the full strength of his physical body. Countless cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the arena, which was made of frost iron. The cracks spread rapidly, and countless pieces of frost iron flew into the air with a loud boom. The huge force sent Ro Li flying uncontrollably. His complexion paled, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. This kick contained 50,000 kilograms of force. If it landed on his opponent's chest, it would be sufficient to shatter his internal organs and severely injure him to death. For the third move, I will return a palm strike to you. You are not qualified to say whether the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is trash or not. As for you, without the vermilion bird martial spirit, you are just trash. On the platform, Luo Huang's expression changed slightly. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of red light, flying over quickly. He shouted, "Stop!" Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Luo Li. He stood up and sent a palm strike at Ro Li's chest. Ro Li's body immediately shot backward like a cannonball. Luo Huang caught Ro Li's body in midair. However, he did not expect the force in Ro Li's body to be so ferocious. It was like catching a mountain. A muffled sound came from Ro Li's chest. His body soared up and quickly spun in the air, trying to dissipate the force. Good. This time, the many cultivators in the spectator stands could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. They all shouted out loud. Many of the cultivators who went up earlier were all sent flying by Ro Li's palm strike. Then, he spoke extremely humiliating words. Many people wanted to step forward and send out a palm strike. However, they did not have the strength to do so, so they could only suppress it in their hearts. Xiao Chen's palm strike and his words struck the bottom of their hearts. They vented the anger they had been suppressing in their hearts. On the platform, Lu Ruyue looked at Xiao Chen, whose white robes fluttered in the wind. There was an indescribable smile in her eyes. At a tea table not far away, Yun Kersen, who was similarly dressed in white, watched Xiao Chen. She revealed a faint smile on her delicate face and said softly, "This is the sharpness that a bladesman should have. Who cares what holy land it is? If you humiliate me, I will return it tenfold, 100-fold." A golden warship floated above the clouds 10,000 meters in the sky. A golden flag fluttered on the bow of the warship. This was the incomparably huge flagship of the Imperial Dragon Legion. The beautiful Princess Yingyu, who wore golden battle armor, was playing with a wooden sculpture on the deck. The girl depicted on the sculpture wore a long red dress. She was extremely beautiful and very lifelike. This was especially so for her intelligent eyes. They made the sculpture seem alive, showing the exquisite craftsmanship of the person who carved it. Chapter 357. It no longer looked like an inanimate object. Instead, it looked like an absolute beauty that could come to life at any moment. The girl in the statue was Princess Yingyu herself. Yingyu smiled gently and said, "Not bad. You hand in your homework every month. Furthermore, they are all different." Nangong Lai, who was not far away, had a wide smile on his face. He said, "This brat unintentionally helped us a lot this time. The legend of the Holy Land will become a joke." Ingyu withdrew her smile and put away the statue with a flip of her hand. She peered through the boundless clouds and saw the situation in the drill grounds. She muttered, "There is no such thing as a true legend in this world. However, this time, he really helped us greatly." In the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range, where the reincarnation well was, 8 old men in red robes were carefully inspecting the seal in the reincarnation well. Suddenly, the expression of the leading old man changed. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the heaven viewing platform. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 9th elder, who was beside him, asked cautiously, "Elder Luo, did something happen?" The 9th elder could not help but feel nervous. The old man before him was an inner sect elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, ranked 6th. His words already carried some weight in the inner sect. The outer sect elders could not compare to him. His cultivation was unfathomable. The person responsible for repairing the seal this time was this person. Elder Luo withdrew his gaze, and an imperceptible rage flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. The seal is much better than I expected. Who knows, we might be able to repair this spatial crack. Even if we cannot, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have to worry about a demonic calamity within 100 years. Luo Huang, who had finally recovered from the force, landed firmly on the heaven viewing platform's drill grounds. He gently placed Luo Li down and glared at Xiao Chen angrily. "Friend, aren't you a little too heavy-handed?" "I already said to stop," Luo Huang said with a cold gaze and a sullen expression. "What a joke. Now you know that you are too heavy-handed and say to stop. Earlier, Luo Li injured so many people. Why did you not say to stop? It seems like we are not humans in your eyes." Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "My skills are inferior. What's the point of saying so much?" Luo Huang laughed coldly and said in an icy voice, "What a good, I am inferior to you. In that case, if I kill you now, you will have nothing to say, right?" When Xiao Chen felt the other party's killing qi, he moved back slightly and adjusted his body's condition to its limits. He said softly, "You can't do it. How much stronger are you compared to him? Holy might is useless against me. In my eyes, you are just ordinary martial saint experts." Reckless fool. With a flip of his palm, a sword appeared in Luo Huang's hand. Killing qi gushed out from his entire body. Sword light danced as he executed a killing move, flying towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was fearless. He held his saber with one hand and flew into the air. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them crossed each other in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Their weapons clashed, and the sound of metal clanging rang out continuously. After they parted, the two of them quickly turned around and started fighting again. Each move was more dangerous than the previous. They did not leave any leeway for themselves. Saber chi and sword chi flew everywhere in the arena. The strong frost iron was riddled with holes from the shockwaves of the two's attacks. It was beyond recognition. Soon, the arena that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had prepared meticulously shattered. It became a scene of desolation. There was no place that was even. The two of them were cultivators who comprehended states. Every move they made caused intense energy fluctuations in the surroundings. Occasionally, there would be sparks and lightning in the surroundings of the battle. However, Xiao Chen's state had merged with his blue dragon's holy might. Furthermore, it had undergone the baptism of the heavenly Daos. It was much stronger than his opponents. After 200 moves, Luo Huang slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Chen pressed on, not wanting to give his opponent a chance to go all out. He infused his strong state of thunder into the state of massacre once again. A red light appeared in the purple saber light. The sharp state of massacre instantly turned the berserk state of thunder sharp and horrifying. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen brandished his saber thrice, breaking his opponent's sword technique like breaking dead branches. When faced with Xiao Chen's sudden increase in saber technique, Luo Huang was clearly caught off guard. Luo Huang, who was already at a disadvantage, lost all his sword technique. He looked like he was about to lose. Ding! Xiao Chen knocked away Luo Huang's sword with his saber. Then, he leaned forward and sheathed his saber. Then, he sent a palm strike at his opponent's chest. Luo Huang vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew out of the arena. The second person from the Holy Land had been defeated by Xiao Chen with one palm strike. Senior brother Luo. The two Holy Land female disciples on the platform exclaimed. They flew over and caught Luo Huang. After the two girls treated Luo Huang's injuries, they did not say anything. They just drew their swords and flew into the arena, charging at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "If one is not enough, then the two of you attack together. However, if you are not strong enough, what is the point of having more people?" Kasie. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber again and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Then, he activated the windwalk shoes. Originally, Xiao Chen's heaven-ranked movement technique already allowed him to be much faster than regular cultivators. Now, with the windwalk shoes and the clear wind robes, his speed increased by 30%, reaching Mach 2. Only a white figure could be seen in the arena, moving around. Boundless saber chi appeared and disappeared mysteriously. By relying on his advantage in speed, Xiao Chen fought 1-against-2. Unexpectedly, he held a suppressive advantage. He suppressed the two Phoenix's Passion Palace female disciples to the point where they could not even retaliate. They could only bitterly endure and deal with Xiao Chen's unpredictable attacks. It was a one-sided situation. After the 100 moves were over, Xiao Chen infused in the state of massacre once again. Xiao Chen's saber technique immediately became twice as sharp as before. The strong force knocked away the swords of the two people. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen sent out two palm winds, and the two female disciples from the Holy Land followed in his footsteps again. They were knocked off the arena with one palm strike. The spectator stands were deathly silent. They all looked at Xiao Chen with astonished gazes. Originally, they thought that it would be pretty good if Xiao Chen could help them vent their frustrations. However, he defeated 4 people from the Holy Land in one go. How strong was he? It was not just these people who did not expect this. The other people on the platform did not expect this, either. Even Elder Yan's face was filled with shock. His eyes filled with disbelief. His brain short-circuited. Although these disciples were ranked in the top 100 of the outer sect, they were peak geniuses in the lower realm. How could someone defeat them all in one go? Mu Chengxue, who was on the platform, took a sip of tea. Then, he slowly put down the teacup and looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen in the arena. Mu Chengxue revealed a playful smile as he said indifferently, "I love watching people fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. The higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be. Today, I will throw you to your death." After Mu Chengxue spoke, the rapidly spinning copper mirror in the boundless depths of his right eye suddenly stopped spinning. A beam of white light tore through the air and shot out. The white light did not contain any killing chi. It was silent and did not give off any energy fluctuations. Before Xiao Chen could react, the white light struck him. In the next moment, Xiao Chen was startled. The bones in his face started to change rapidly. Xiao Chen wanted to stop it, but that strange white light turned all of his efforts into nothing. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. Xiao Chen used the shape-shifting spell and slowly recovered his appearance. His originally delicate and ordinary face, aside from his fair complexion, had turned into a handsome and elegant young man with well-defined features. The people in the spectator stands were no stranger to this face. This was because there was a wanted poster of this person in every big city within the Great Qin nation. As long as one entered or exited a big city, they would be attracted by this huge wanted poster. Many of them even had thoughts of capturing this person and claiming the reward. On the platform, the various noble clans' heirs were no stranger to this face. If this person was not the Xiao Chen that they had been searching for more than a year, who else could it be? On the platform, the Guyi Marquis, Duan Muqing, Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, Shi Feng, and Yan Qishue's expressions all changed greatly. The noble clan elders behind them all had sullen expressions as well. Although they had already expected this, when the result appeared before their eyes, they were still caught unprepared. The person who had been wanted for such a long time was actually hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had become the strongest of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 3rd-generation disciples, his name shaking the Shihe province. Lu Ruyue's expression changed slightly. She was somewhat astonished as she said, "Yi Chen? How could it be Xiao Chen?" Everyone in the spectator stands could not accept this fact. Earlier, Yi Chen was a genius disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, He had become a wanted criminal of the noble clans. After Duan Muking, Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, and the Guy Marquis recovered their wits, their figures flashed, and they landed firmly on the ground. Hua Yunfei looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. You killed my clan's elder and hid for more than a year. So, you were hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder I could not find you. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protects you today, you will not be able to escape death. You killed my uncle. You have to stay here today, Ji Chongkong said expressionlessly as stars flickered in his eyes. There was no expression on Duan Muqing's cold face. She said indifferently, between you and me we can only fight. The Guy Marquis wore golden battle armor and slowly drew his holy weapon, the sky-splitting sword. He pointed it at Xiao Chen and said, no one has ever survived after injuring me. A figure flashed over. It was the Shihe province's Yan clan's Yan Qixue. Yan Qixue looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, my second brother's whereabouts are unknown because of you. I will not make things difficult for you. I will just leave behind an arm. Ha ha ha. A burst of maniacal laughter came from the sky. It was Shifeng flying over quickly. He said in a loud voice, Xiao Chen, you did not expect such a day to come, right? Back then, you humiliated me in Shihe City. Today, I will trample on you ruthlessly. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and looked at Shifeng flying over. He thought to himself, it seems like anyone can step on me. However, who do you think you are, Shifeng? How dare you shout at me? Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous intent appeared on his sharp face. Chapter 358. Xiao Chen's originally reserved aura was no longer hidden. His sharpness was unrestrained. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at full force. The roars of dragons and tigers came from the acupoints in his body. Dragons and tigers circled around him as Xiao Chen opened his fingers. His knuckles crackled. Xiao Chen's figure shifted slightly and he dodged Shifeng's attack. Then, he punched Shifeng's chest. Cassie! Cassie! The rock in front of Shifeng's chest shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and flew back. He landed on the tea table in the Night Spirit Palace. Mu Chengxue was about to place the teacup down when Shifeng smashed the tea table into smithereens, leaving it hanging in the air. When Mu Chengxue saw the pale Shifeng in a sorry state, he smiled and said indifferently, Junior brother Shi, you are so weak. Why do you like to join in on the fun? Shifeng felt very depressed. He felt that at least 5 of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were also injured. He had internal injuries and external injuries. He had completely lost his combat prowess. What a disgrace. Stand back. Don't embarrass the Night Spirit Palace, the Night Spirit Palace's first elder said with an extremely sullen expression. Shifeng struggled to stand up. He felt guilty in his heart. He lowered his head and did not dare to retort. Mu Chengxue gently let go of the teacup in his hand. The teacup immediately fell to the ground. However, it did not shatter like Mu Chengxue expected. Instead, it did not move at all. It is a little lively. Not just anyone can join in. Mu Chengxue picked up his beauty under the moon sword and leaped into the air. Then, he appeared in the arena. Mu Chengxue looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen, who had already recovered his true appearance. He smiled gently and said, There is still an unfinished battle between you and me. Let's end it today. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he looked at Mu Chengxue quietly. He did not expect this person to be so shrewd. Mu Chengxue had discovered his true identity long ago but did not expose it. Today, his identity was exposed before the world, forcing him into a dead end. The people in the spectator stands were all shocked. The 6 noble clans worked together to put out a bounty on Xiao Chen's head. This was already unprecedented in the history of the great Qin nation. At this moment, another great sect had appeared. The chief disciple of the Night Spirit Palace, Mu Chengxue, also had a grudge against Xiao Chen. If he were to include the fact that he had just injured the people from the Holy Lands, then he would have offended even the Holy Lands. There would definitely not be another person with such boldness in the future. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion wanted to protect Xiao Chen, they would have to think twice before doing so. The 3 strongest aristocratic clans, the Guy Marquis, who held a high position in the prince's residence, and the Night Spirit Palace, one of the three great sections. With so many strong powers they could sweep through half of the world. Who would dare to offend all of them? Only Xiao Chen would dare to do so. If you want to kill Xiao Chen, ask me Lu Ru first. A pretty figure on the platform drew a small saber in her hand. A strong aura of a martial king surged out and blocked in front of Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw Lu Ruyue's back, he could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. Only Lu Ruyue would protect him at the first moment. Although I, Lu Suifeng, am not strong enough, if anyone wants to kill my brother, they will have to ask me first. Lu Suifeng had rushed over as well. The noble clans also want to kill people in my heavenly saber pavilion. I, Mu Chen, Zhang Lai, will not allow it. Zhang Lai and Mu Chen, who were in the spectator stands, flew over as well, blocking in front of Xiao Chen. Bai, you have to protect elder brother Xiao Chen as well. If anyone wants to kill elder brother Xiao Chen, Bai will make a move on him. On the platform, the originally excited Bai was stunned when he saw the sudden situation. He did not know what was going on. After he figured out that someone wanted to kill Xiao Chen, his delicate face immediately sank. Hu Qi! Another white figure flew over in a flash. It was as quiet as a falling leaf. It was Yun Kursen standing on the platform. She placed her right hand on the saber hilt at her waist, blocking in front of Xiao Chen. She did not say anything, but her actions clearly showed her attitude. If you want to kill Xiao Chen, you will have to ask for my saber's permission first. On the spacious arena, the scene of the two sides facing each other appeared. Boundless killing intent filled the air. Boundless killing chi spread out in the air above the arena. Both sides did not give way, clashing with each other. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Before the previous wave had settled, another wave rose. The crowd originally thought that Xiao Chen had entered a dead end. They did not expect so many people to come out to protect him. At this moment, if one asked who was in the happiest mood, it would be Song Quebec. The others felt conflicted in their hearts, but Song Ke felt carefree. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen had outstanding talent and had caught the attention of the Elders' Assembly. However, now they discovered that Xiao Chen was a wanted criminal. Furthermore, he was wanted by the big powers of the great Qin nation at the same time. His chance had come again. Heavens will made a fool out of people. There was a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. What else was worth being happy about? When Song Ke thought of this, he could not help but laugh. He said loudly, "First Elder, this Xiao Chen hid his identity and entered our heavenly saber pavilion. He has ulterior motives. He wants to draw the conflict between the heavenly saber pavilion, the Holy Lands, and the noble clans to the heavenly saber pavilion. He is simply trying to destroy our heavenly saber pavilion, destroying our 10,000 years of foundation. His intentions are sinister and vicious. He must be killed." Song Ke used his identity as the Biyun Peak's Peakmaster to throw a few hats at Xiao Chen. He wanted to consign him to eternal damnation. Jiang Qi looked coldly at Song Ke and ignored his words. He projected his voice and sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chen. "I don't care what your identity is. I only have one question. Are you going to join the Divine Saber Camp? As long as you say the word, my heavenly saber pavilion will deal with this for you." Jiang Qi's words rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He shook his head slightly. He could not stay in the heavenly saber pavilion. "Many thanks for Elder's kind intentions. Sorry, I cannot accept it." "In that case you are asking for it. Don't blame me for being merciless." If Xiao Chen could not stay in the heavenly saber pavilion, then no matter how talented he was, his glorious future would have nothing to do with the heavenly saber pavilion. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to deal with this unexpected calamity. Jiang Qi said sullenly, "All heavenly saber pavilion disciples on the platform, listen up. Quickly withdraw. My heavenly saber pavilion will not interfere in personal grudges." After Jiang Qi spoke, the people in the arena did not move. Instead, when the elders of the noble clans on the platform heard Jiang Qi's declaration, they all became restless. However, just as they stood up, they felt a formless killing intent heading for them. Let the youths deal with their own matters. Elder Ji, Elder Hua, what do you think? Jiang Qi looked at the elders of the noble clans and smiled faintly. However, the killing intent in his smile was not released. In the end, Jiang Qi still wanted to protect Xiao Chen, so he did not push things too far. Feng Shuani, who had been silent all this while, also smiled faintly and said, I also feel that the youth should deal with their own matters. We old fellows should just watch. It has been a long time since such an interesting youth appeared in the great Qin nation. This old man is willing to help him. As for the outcome, it will depend on his luck. As Feng Shuani spoke, the strong sharpness of the sword monarch instantly encased the elders of the noble clans on the platform. A sword hovered above each of their heads. The elders of the noble clans smiled bitterly to themselves. They wanted to stand up but did not dare to. Even though they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. When Xiao Chen felt the situation on the platform, he felt a warmth in his heart. I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Sui Feng, Ru Yue, Kersen, Mu Chen, and Zhang Lai, I, Xiao Chen, thank you all. You may leave. Today's matter is a personal grudge between my noble clans. I have to settle this personally. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and persuaded Mu Chen, Zhang Lai, and the others to leave. Before Yun Kersen left, she said softly to Xiao Chen, Yi Chen, after this battle, I believe you will become a true bladesman. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Are you so sure that I can clear this stage? Yun Kersen's delicate face was incomparably calm. She smiled gently and said, I said it long ago. My judgment of people has always been very accurate. After sending off Yun Kersen, Xiao Chen went over to Lu Ruyue's side. He felt somewhat guilty and said with much difficulty, Sorry, Ruyue. I lied to you for so long. The corners of Lu Ruyue's eyes turned slightly moist. She said, Idiot, why did you not tell me earlier? Why would I blame you? Whether you are Xiao Chen or Yi Chen, in my eyes, there is no difference. The last knot in Xiao Chen's heart was untied. His sharp face immediately revealed a joyful smile. You may leave first. This is my karma. I have to settle it personally. Trust me. Lu Ruyue knew that Xiao Chen had made up his mind. She nodded silently and left. After everyone left, aside from the noble clans, only Xiao Chen remained. Xiao Chen was dressed in white robes and had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He swept his gaze across the faces of these people. Duan Muqing, Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, Mu Qingxue, Yan Qixue, and the Guy Marquis. For the past year or so, in order to hide from these people, Xiao Chen had changed his appearance, hiding his true appearance. No matter how quiet or low profile a person was, who would be willing to hide their true appearance and hide? Who did not want to walk openly in the world? These noble clans had had enough of it. He, Xiao Chen, had had enough of it as well. Today, he would put an end to this. He would make Yi Chen's name become history. He would make everyone only remember Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze returned to the front. His expression did not change. He tightened his grip on his saber and said indifferently, Are you all coming at me together or one by one? Chi. When Duan Muqing, Ji Chongkong, the Guy Marquis, Hua Yunfei, and Mu Qingxue heard Xiao Chen's words, they all jumped off. These people were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to practice with others against Xiao Chen. Only Yan Qixue and Xiao Chen remained in the previously bustling arena. Yan Qixue felt depressed in his heart. His strength was considered the weakest among these people. Originally, he had intended to work together with the others to deal with Xiao Chen. Even if they did not work together, they would at least wait for everyone to finish fighting first before they went up. However, with the current situation, they could not retreat even if they wanted to. Otherwise, they would lose their face. There is no need to worry. He has fought many battles. He must have exhausted a lot of essence. I should be 50% confident. Yan Qixue consoled himself. Chapter 359. Yan Qixue looked at the white-robed and calm Xiao Chen and said indifferently, Today, I will seek justice for my second brother. Dragon seizing hand. Yan Qixue clapped his hands, and a huge black palm appeared in the sky. This was the Yan clan's inherited martial technique, the dragon seizing hand. The huge hand was 100 meters wide, and the patterns on the palm could be seen clearly. When it descended, it felt like it covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and Xiao Chen leaped into the air. Electric light flickered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber, and a saber light appeared. Chop! Xiao Chen shouted and swung his saber. The huge black palm was instantly chopped in half, splitting it in the middle. Yan Qishue's expression did not change. He flipped his palm, and the huge black hand in the air immediately healed. The huge black hand grabbed at Xiao Chen, who was in the air. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he moved 100 meters to the side before landing on the ground. Bang! The huge black hand that had just landed clenched into a fist and punched at Xiao Chen. The might of the huge hand was very strong. If Xiao Chen clashed head-on, he would exhaust himself. Furthermore, this was just an appetizer. It would be disadvantageous for the later battles. I'll dodge it first. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's figure flickered continuously. The huge black hand smashed the arena, causing it to tremble continuously. However, it could not catch up to Xiao Chen's speed. Instead, it drained its essence continuously. After a long time of not being able to take down Xiao Chen, its momentum started to weaken. Right now, Xiao Chen found an opportunity. He felt that the speed of the huge black hand had slowed down significantly. Xiao Chen quickly sheathed the lunar shadow saber and raised his right hand to the sky. A similar huge black hand appeared, and its two fingers formed a sword. It pierced through Yan Qishue's huge black hand. Isn't this the inherited martial technique of my Yan clan? He does not have an inherited martial spirit. Even if he had a secret technique, he would not be able to learn it. When Yan Qishue saw the sudden appearance of the huge black hand, he was stunned. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He did not give Yan Qishue any chance to hesitate. The giant black hand clenched into a fist and slammed into Yan Qishue's body. Puchi! Yan Qishue's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was slammed to the ground, and he still could not understand what was going on. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and the giant black hand slapped Yan Qishue's body out of the arena with tremendous force. He actually defeated Yan Qishue in one move, and he even used the Yan clan's inherited martial technique. This Xiao Chen is too surprising. They both used inherited martial techniques, but Yan Qishue actually lost to an outsider. How embarrassing. Several cultivators in the spectator stands commented. They were not optimistic about Yan Qishue and Xiao Chen's duel in the first place, so they were not too surprised. However, he did not expect that Yan Qishue would not even last 10 moves from Xiao Chen and would lose just like that. Look, the Guy Marquis is going up. I wonder who will win this time. The surrounding cultivators perked up again. The Guy Marquis was wearing golden battle armor. He held the 2-meter-long holy weapon, the Sky Splitter, in his hand. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You have been fighting continuously and have exhausted a lot of essence. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. After 3 moves, I will make my move." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "There is no need for you to give me a handicap. We will talk after you can block 3 moves from me." Rushing thunder roars. 10,000 horses gallop. The Guy Marquis was not Yan Qishue. He was much stronger than the latter. Xiao Chen did not have any intention of testing the other party. He was prepared to end the fight quickly. He did not wish to drag it out. That would not be good for him. Hence, he immediately used his big move. Thunderclouds churned in the sky and a huge electric whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Instantly, the clear sky turned dark. As the whirlpool spun, electric light flickered. The lightning attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered. Rumble! Rumble! The sound of thousands of horses galloping resounded from the electric whirlpool. The sound resounded throughout the entire drill grounds, reaching the ears of every cultivator. What martial technique is this? Why is the mysterious phenomenon so shocking? When the cultivators in the spectator stands felt the horrifying energy from the electric whirlpool, their expressions all changed. The Guy Marquis' expression turned grave. With a dang sound, he stabbed the Sky Splitter into the ground in front of him. ZZ! Ripples appeared in the surrounding space. They were like water, causing the figure of the Guy Marquis to turn blurry. Xiao Chen felt that the other party was thousands of kilometers away from him. Furthermore, the Guy Marquis' figure was floating without a definite location. The Guy Marquis had used the might of the holy weapon to change the natural laws of the arena, causing everyone's senses to turn chaotic. However, in the end, you are only using the holy weapon to change the natural laws. It is not your own strength. In front of absolute strength, the natural laws are useless. Xiao Chen shouted, and all the lightning-attributed knights in the whirlpool gathered together. Then, A knight flickering with golden electric light walked out. The golden knight roared ferociously. It held up its spear and broke through the obstruction of space, charging at the Guy Marquis at lightning speed. When the golden knight was 100 meters away from the Guy Marquis, his body turned blurry. His lightning-fast speed turned into slow motion, allowing everyone to see him clearly. It was like the golden knight had run for tens of thousands of meters. Time seemed to last forever. However, the flickering golden knight could not touch the Guy Marquis. It was still 100 meters away. However, this situation did not last for long. The rippling space started to crack. Soon, the entire small world shattered. There was a limit to how much the holy weapon could change the natural laws. It could not be extended indefinitely. After the electric knight ran for tens of thousands of meters, the golden light of its spear had already dimmed. However, it was still resplendent and dazzling. Dang! The Guy Marquis held his sword horizontally in front of him. The broad blade of the sword pressed against the tip of the spear. A huge force pushed the Guy Marquis back continuously. The Guy Marquis's feet sank deep into the ground. After a while, 2 deep ditches appeared on the ground. The Guy Marquis retreated to the edge of the arena. Half of his feet were in the air. Unable to retreat, the Guy Marquis shouted and leaned back slightly. Then, he swung the sky-splitting sword with both hands. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce him, the sword struck the electric knight. Xiao Chen knew how horrifying the Guy Marquis's strength was when he was in the ink forest. The electric knight, which had already run for tens of thousands of meters, had exhausted a large portion of its energy. Naturally, the outcome was easy to imagine. There was a loud sound and the force of the sword blasted it into purple electric currents that scattered into the air. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Everything was within Xiao Chen's control. He had already stored up energy and executed the rare move of the Wukuei saber technique. The ancient divine Wukuei tree appeared from nowhere. Its branches were luxuriant, covering the sky and sun. It gave off a resplendent purple light. It was like a mountain made of lightning as it pressed down on the Guy Marquis. The Guy Marquis, who had lost the initiative, had yet to recover his wits from the first killing move. He could only place his left hand on his sword, hoping to block this divine Wukuei tree. Bang! The Guy Marquis had no way to resist. The absolute force crushed a corner of the arena into rubble. The Guy Marquis's feet slipped and he fell off the arena along with the rubble. The lightning-attributed energy of the divine Wukuei tree did not show any signs of dissipating. It tore through the Guy Marquis's defenses and pressed down on his chest. Pussy! The huge force caused the Guy Marquis's internal organs to tremble. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and stood above the arena. He looked calmly at the Guy Marquis on the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to continue?" The Guy Marquis felt extremely dissatisfied. He still had many killing moves that he had not executed. If he had attacked from the start, he would not have ended up in such a passive position. He could not even receive 2 moves. However, it was already too late. Against Xiao Chen, he still dared to be arrogant. His fate was sealed long ago. Unfortunately, this Guy Marquis's defeat is too unjust. To think he was so arrogant, giving Xiao Chen the opportunity to execute his killing move with his full power. Otherwise, he would not have lost so easily, getting knocked off the arena in 2 moves. He dealt with Yan Qixue in 1 move and the Guy Marquis in 2 moves. Furthermore, he fought in consecutive battles and defeated the people from the Holy Lands. What is the limit of this Xiao Chen? Could it be that the noble clan heirs could not defeat him in a continuous battle? After consecutive battles and consecutive victories, Xiao Chen displayed startling strength, shocking everyone. At this moment, there were already people who suspected that he might become famous in one battle, shocking the world, trampling on the geniuses of these noble clans and climbing to the peak that belonged to him. That is impossible. The 2 killing moves earlier exhausted a lot of essence. In the end, he is only a peak medial grade martial saint. At most, he would have half of his essence left. The remaining people are all noble heirs with high-ranked inherited martial spirits. Each one is stronger than the last. His essence will only decrease. I guess that he will be defeated soon. Furthermore, don't forget that there is still Mu Chengxue, whose strength we do not know. The moment these words were spoken, there were immediately people who retorted. They felt that it was impossible and that Xiao Chen would definitely lose today. Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear to the heated discussions outside the arena. His mental state had already reached a state where he would not be affected by praise or humiliation. The discussions of the outside world did not affect him at all. Hua Yunfei is going up. I heard that he awakened an ancient evil soul. This is the true showdown. Up in the arena, Hua Yunfei looked at the dilapidated arena. He frowned slightly and said, "Let's go to another place." The two of them flew up and landed firmly on a brand new arena. Hua Yunfei quickly drew the scarlet sword in his hand. Xiao Chen revealed an evil smile on his handsome face. "Although I have only comprehended the state of massacre to small perfection, it is sufficient to deal with you now." Pu Ci. Without giving Xiao Chen a chance to speak, Hua Yunfei sent out a scarlet sword chi. His figure followed the sword chi and quickly pressed forward. Clearly, Xiao Chen did not want to make the same mistake as the Guyi Marquis. Glittering Wu Kuei. Xiao Chen gently swung the lunar shadow saber and sent out a strand of dense purple saber chi. This was the first move of the Wu Kuei saber technique infused with the state of thunder. Hua Yunfei smiled faintly and said, "The state of massacre is on a higher level than all other states. No matter how powerful your state of thunder is, it is useless." Pu Ci. The incomparably ferocious state of massacre on the scarlet sword chi easily shattered the purple saber chi that Xiao Chen sent out. Bloody World. Shadowless Sword Passing. Chapter 360. Taking advantage of the time when Xiao Chen dodged the scarlet sword chi, Hua Yunfei's killing move followed closely behind. Scarlet light filled the air. There seemed to be countless scarlet figures executing sword techniques in the arena. Strands of scarlet sword chi moved at a strange frequency, fluctuating like the sea. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the entire arena, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Dang! 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 Activating the windwalk shoes, Xiao Chen moved about in the sky filled with sword images. He brandished his saber and chopped apart the sword chi flying at him. Every sword shadow seemed to be a real martial artist wielding a long sword to attack, stab, chop, hack, or flick. The angle of the attacks was random, and they came and went without a trace. It was tiring to deal with them. Hua Yunfei actually managed to completely learn an ancient martial technique. He truly lives up to his reputation as a rare genius of the Hua clan. This time, Xiao Chen is in danger. Indeed, ancient martial techniques and current martial techniques are not of the same system. Normally, even if one obtained an ancient martial technique, it would be very difficult to truly master it. It would be very difficult to use it in actual combat. Look at this arena. There are endless sword images rising and falling one after another. Even a martial king would find it hard to block them. When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw the scarlet sword images filling the arena, they recognized that this was an ancient martial technique. They could not help but worry for Xiao Chen. Hua Yunfei's figure was hidden among these sword images. Occasionally, he would send out a sharp sword attack, catching people off guard. In an instant, Xiao Chen's arms and legs suffered from several sword wounds, no matter how fast he was. Even if he was fast, he would not be able to dodge these unending and unpredictable sword images. Xiao Chen could only do his best to avoid any injuries to his vital points. Furthermore, there was a state of massacre that interfered with Xiao Chen's heart. There were killing moves hidden within the killing moves, one after another. This martial technique was truly unimaginable. Haha. Xiao Chen, this move must not be easy to take, right? Thanks to you, I awakened the ancient evil soul in my body. This martial technique is the inheritance of the ancient evil soul. In the ancient era, the evil soul used this move. The continuous stream of sword shadows could cover an area of 100 meters, encompassing heaven and earth. If a god blocked it, it would kill a god, and if a demon blocked it, it would kill a demon. Hua Yunfei looked at the tired Xiao Chen and laughed arrogantly. He wanted to strike a blow to Xiao Chen's fighting spirit and make him collapse prematurely. His mind was clear. Xiao Chen kept his heart calm. He was not worried, not confused, and not afraid. Xiao Chen ignored Hua Yunfei's words and wandered around the arena, exhibiting the state of thunder to its peak. Xiao Chen blocked the red sword shadows that came from all directions. At the same time, he did his best to discern the pattern of these sword shadows. The state of thunder infused with holy might could only barely knock these sword shadows back. It could not completely destroy them. The state of massacre is indeed not easy to deal with, Xiao Chen thought to himself. However, It is fortunate that I have the state of massacre as well. After blocking for a while, Xiao Chen finally figured out the pattern of the sword shadows. It was time to make a move. Xiao Chen gently removed the blue strip of cloth from his forehead. A scarlet mark appeared on his forehead. Xiao Chen's angular face immediately turned strange. The scarlet throne mark on his forehead released a strand of red light. Under the illumination of the red light, Xiao Chen's face looked even more strange. Wu Kuei transforms to Qi. Xiao Chen shouted and merged the state of massacre with the state of thunder. Occasionally, a red light flickered among the hundreds of purple saber Qi formed by the divine Wu Kuei tree. Bang! 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 In the arena, the scarlet sword Qi and the purplish-red saber Qi clashed in the air. A series of explosions rang out, ringing out endlessly in the sky above Lei Tian. Hua Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He grasped the scarlet sword tightly and said in disbelief, "How did you comprehend the state of massacre as well?" The continuous sounds of explosions created violent air currents in the air, and the surrounding railings of the arena were immediately smashed into pieces. Xiao Chen's hair fluttered and his white robes fluttered. He smiled gently and said, "Who made the rule that you are the only one who can comprehend the state of massacre?" Qi breaks Wu Kuei. The purple and red saber Qi contained the berserk state of thunder and the state of massacre. It pierced through the boundless shockwaves and headed for Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei brandished his sword and gathered the scattered scarlet light on his sword. He thrust the tip of his sword forward and a spot of scarlet light appeared, blocking the tip of the saber Qi. See. The two states clashed intensely in the air, neither giving way to the other. They gave off crackling sounds and scarlet ripples appeared in the air. The states surged forward. Boom! Just as the two states clashed with each other, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. An electric light suddenly shot out from the purple and red saber Qi. Hua Yunfei's state immediately broke. He quickly dodged backward. However, the saber Qi still pierced through his right shoulder, leaving behind a finger-sized bloody hole. So, I was only clashing with the pure state of massacre earlier. I did not even use the state of thunder. Hua Yunfei thought in horror. You are far from being able to compare states with me. I don't care what ancient martial technique you have. Break! Xiao Chen leaped up gently and his figure flashed. He infused the state of massacre into the state of thunder and brandished his saber Qi, forcing Hua Yunfei to defend. The situation immediately reversed. Xiao Chen's figure danced around. Strands of purple and red saber Qi easily destroyed all of Hua Yunfei's killing moves. Blood Shadow Chop. Break! Sea of blood and mountain of corpses. Break! Blood illuminating the mountains and rivers. Break! No matter how many powerful moves you have, my two states, the state of thunder and the state of massacre, will break them with one saber strike. Break! 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 Hua Yunfei vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Chen broke all 3 of his killing moves with one saber strike. The surging energy was like a tsunami, forcing Hua Yunfei to retreat. Ding! The ferocious energy surged over again. The sword in Hua Yunfei's hand was immediately knocked away. Xiao Chen stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Hua Yunfei's chest, sending him flying. Hua Yunfei's body slid quickly across the arena. Soon, he reached the edge of the arena. His complexion was pale as he struggled to stand up. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. It was Xiao Chen moving over and pressing his saber against his neck. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly, "Hua Yunfei, you have lost." "I did not lose. How could I lose to trash like you? Back then, I could easily kill you with one finger. This is impossible." Hua Yunfei pulled the saber away from his neck and leaped up. Then, he launched himself at Xiao Chen. Reckless fool! Xiao Chen kicked Hua Yunfei's face. The huge force caused Hua Yunfei to flip several times in the air. He landed head first outside the arena. He won again. Xiao Chen won again. Who can end him? Hua Yunfei's strength is at the peak of martial saints. He has grasped an ancient martial technique. Even a regular martial king would be able to kill him easily. However, he still lost to Xiao Chen. How many trump cards does Xiao Chen have? I think the state of massacre is his final trump card. However, even if he knows it, it will still be difficult to deal with. Another overwhelming victory caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Some people even firmly believed that Xiao Chen would be able to defeat all his opponents. Today, on the Heaven Viewing platform, Xiao Chen had fought many battles. Regardless of whether his opponents were from the Holy Lands or the geniuses of the noble clans, none of them were mediocre. However, without exception, Xiao Chen defeated his opponents in an overwhelming manner. With such strength, even if he lost the next few matches, there was no need to doubt his talent and strength. As long as Xiao Chen could escape this calamity, he would definitely rise up in the future. At that time, the noble clans would be like floating clouds in his eyes. High up in the clouds, Nangong Lai watched the scene on the Heaven Viewing platform. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like there is no need for us to make a move. This brat might be able to escape this calamity." Ingyu looked around and said softly, "Now, it all depends on the people from the Holy Lands. These noble clans might not be able to stop him." On the platform, the elders of the noble clans had unsightly expressions. They wanted to move but did not dare to. They felt very sullen. The Misty Sword Sect's first elder said softly, "Chao Yun, how confident are you of dealing with this brat?" Chu Chao Yun carried his sword on his back and smiled gently. "Victory will be decided in one move. What do you think, first elder?" "Haha. In that case I can rest assured." The Misty Sword Sect's first elder laughed happily. Up in the arena, Xiao Chen looked at Duan Muqing, Ji Chongkong, and Mu Chengxue. He said softly, "The three of you come at me together. Otherwise, you will not stand a chance against me." The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Is this Xiao Chen crazy? He actually took the initiative to ask them to attack together. Ji Chongkong smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Chen, if you are really seeking death, I am not afraid to grant your wish." No expression could be seen on Duan Muqing's cold face. He said coldly, "Do you really think that you are qualified?" Mu Chengxue held the holy weapon, Beauty Under the Moon. He revealed a playful smile on his handsome face. He said softly, "If you only have this much strength, you are not even qualified to force me to draw my sword." The three of them were proud and arrogant people, dragons and phoenixes among men. Since they were young, they had enjoyed the limelight of everyone. They had all sorts of halos above their heads. When had they ever been looked down on like this? Boom, boom, boom. Three strong auras soared into the sky. A resplendent starlight and countless stars flickered. That was Ji Chongkong's state of stars. A bone-chilling coldness spread in the sky. A cold light shone brightly, and a boundless cold chi spread in the air. It was Duan Muqing's peak great perfection state of ice. A gentle and warm moonlight scattered down, moving one's heart like a cool breeze. This was Mu Chengshua's strange state of bright moon. Under the calm surface, there was an overwhelming aura. When the three auras merged, they shattered the clouds in the sky. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. All the cultivators in the drill grounds felt a strong pressure on their shoulders. It was like a mountain pressing down on them. Dressed in white robes, Xiao Chen held a saber with a sharp saber light. He smiled faintly at the strong aura. He gently raised his right leg and stomped it down. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at peak great perfection, Xiao Chen's pure strength could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. With his full power, he could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. When infused with essence, he could reach 100,000 kilograms of force. More importantly, this force could be freely controlled and perfectly manipulated. Chapter 361. Xiao Chen merged his essence and strength with this one kick and stomped on the ground gently. The wide arena made of heavenly mountain stones and frost iron slowly sank into the ground. Bang! 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 The ground of the drill ground could not withstand the pressure of the arena sinking into the ground. Deep cracks formed and quickly spread out. The cracks continued to spread, and the other arenas on the drill ground were torn apart and smashed into pieces. The 1,000-meter-long drill ground shook incessantly, and even the surrounding spectator stands were shaking. The shaking continued for a long time before it slowly stopped. The arena under Xiao Chen's feet was now level with the ground. A surging aura surged out from Xiao Chen's body. It clashed with the auras of Duan Muqing's group of three, giving off a sharp aura. "Now, do I have the qualifications for the three of you to attack me together?" Xiao Chen said calmly. His handsome face, which was like a scabbard, revealed its sharpness. It was like an unsheathed treasured saber. He only wanted to find someone to test how sharp this treasured saber was. Xiao Chen had long wanted to test his true strength, to see how strong he was. He had not had enough in the previous few matches. This feeling was like getting more and more excited. Just as you were about to unleash your full power, the other party was already lying on the ground, leaving you with nowhere to exert your strength. This happened over and over again. Xiao Chen had had enough of it. Now, he only wanted to fight to his heart's content and fight with all his might. Suddenly, the silent Feng Shuani on the platform said, "If this fellow can win this match, then he will snatch away all the luck of these noble heirs. Who knows, he might really become a legend in the future." The strength that Xiao Chen displayed and his strong aura caused the expressions of the three to change. They were greatly startled. "Silence? In that case, I will take it as your tacit agreement," Xiao Chen said indifferently. He pushed off the ground and relied on pure force to shoot towards the three like an arrow. Ji Chongkong shouted coldly, "If you are seeking death, then I can't be bothered to talk about morality with you." Astral sword technique, resplendent starlight. The sky above the arena suddenly turned pitch black. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, and the day turned into night in an instant. Countless starlight descended, and a deep starry sky appeared in Ji Chongkong's eyes. He raised his sword and used the starlight to clash. Ding! At the same time, Mu Qingxue unsheathed his sacred weapon, Beauty Under the Moonlight. The blade of his sword reflected a golden full moon. In that moonlight, there seemed to be another world. A long and drawn out, like a woman's beautiful and pleasant voice, rang out, tugging at the heartstrings of those who heard it. Duan Muking, who had been silent for a long time, also made his move at this moment. His jet-black hair turned white, and his eyes completely lost all human emotions, becoming incomparably cold. A slender sword appeared in her hand. It carried a bone-chilling state of ice as it stabbed fiercely at Xiao Chen. At this moment, even if she was not willing to admit it, she was not a match for Xiao Chen alone. When Xiao Chen saw the three attacking at the same time, he smiled faintly. He suddenly stopped and landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chen brandished his saber and the image of a flower bud appeared under his feet. After a while, the Wukue flower bud flickered with alternating purple and red light, enveloping Xiao Chen. Bang! 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 When the attacks of Duan Muking and the other two landed on the flower bud, it did not budge at all. The purple electric light and scarlet light flickered continuously, looking very strange. The three exchanged glances and the essence in their bodies quickly surged. Then, they launched an even more ferocious attack. The strong sword techniques infused with the states of the three struck the ground, creating deep trenches. However, that strange flower bud did not budge at all. Within the flower bud, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and quickly formed hand seals. Wukue blossoms. When the three of them were about to launch their third attack, the alternating purple and red flower buds suddenly blossomed. A surging shockwave spread out in all directions. The three of them were caught off guard and were swept back by the shockwave. Countless flower petals danced in the air within the shockwave. The entire sky of the drill grounds was filled with alternating purple and red flower petals. It was incomparably beautiful. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and caught up to the slower Ji Chongkong. After passing through the sky full of flower petals, Xiao Chen's speed increased explosively. In an instant, he caught up to Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he grew 100 meters taller and turned around. The star that belonged to him in the boundless starry sky suddenly lit up. A resplendent pillar of light descended from the distant sky. Astral swordplay, eternal light. A majestic sword light shot out from the sword at Xiao Chen, who was behind him, at lightning speed. Boom! The sword light was like a pillar. It was resplendent and dazzling. When it struck the ground of the drill grounds, it created a deep black hole that made one's heart palpitate. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. It was so fast that no one could keep up with it. Did I hit him? Ji Chongkong frowned slightly and took a deep breath. To be able to execute this move in such a short period of time, Ji Chongkong was already doing very well. The might is pretty good. Unfortunately, I can't hit him. In the end, it is useless. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's calm voice came from behind Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong's expression immediately changed. He quickly turned around and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. dang. Ji Chong Kong chopped down with his saber and was knocked back several meters. His right hand, which was holding the sword, felt numb from the impact. He quickly switched to a two-handed grip. The petals filled the sky and there were invisible motes of light. When the motes of light landed on Xiao Chen's body, his speed increased by 30%. Ji Chong Kong had just retreated when Xiao Chen arrived at his side again. His saber light flickered, following him like a shadow. In an instant, he sent out more than 100 attacks. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat again! Ji Chong Kong barely managed to block Xiao Chen's attacks. He was suppressed to the point where he did not even have a chance to breathe. In one breath, he retreated several hundred meters. Hu-chi! A strand of killing chi came from behind. Xiao Chen dodged to the side. It was Mu Chengxue charging over with the beauty under the moonlight. Ji Chong Kong took a deep breath and retreated 100 meters. Just as Xiao Chen dodged Mu Chengshue's attack, an extremely cold aura came from above. Duan Muqing was charging over as well. Xiao Chen smiled gently and swept his saber forward, knocking away Mu Chengshue's sword. After that, he quickly somersaulted and dodged the attacks of the two. Dang, dang, dang. The attacks of the two were relentless. They brought out the state of ice to its limits. The cold chi penetrated Xiao Chen's skin and entered his body, causing him to slow down slightly. Occasionally, a soft hum came from Mu Chengshue's sword. Everyone could not help but turn their ears to listen, disrupting Xiao Chen's state of mind. The state of massacre infused into his saber technique. Xiao Chen maintained his original state of mind. He blocked left and right, blocking the attacks of the two. She was able to block the sword, but she could not block the sword light on the sword. Her white robes were torn, and blood appeared on her fair skin. Duan Muqing and Ji Chong Kong were not in a good state, either. Xiao Chen's sword light contained two states at the same time. When it struck them, the damage they caused was even more obvious. Ha! A beam of starlight descended behind Xiao Chen. Ji Chong Kong had finished resting and rejoined the battle. The three of them formed a large circle, surrounding Xiao Chen. The three of them fought among the petals that filled the air. They kicked up dust, ice, starlight, moonlight, and the occasional flickering of scarlet lightning. Dust filled the air, and energy spread everywhere. Everyone in the spectator stands opened their eyes wide as they watched the battle anxiously. The intensity of the battle completely surpassed their expectations. Xiao Chen fought 1 against 3, surrounded by danger. He was like a lone boat on the sea in a violent storm. It swayed back and forth, looking like it would be swallowed by the waves at any moment. However, it stopped and did not sink. Just when everyone thought that he would be killed, he strangely dodged their killing moves and launched a sharp counterattack. His white robes had already turned red from the blood. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. I finally feel carefree this time. However, the price I paid is rather high. However, I am a cultivator. I am born in a great age where geniuses appear in large numbers. If I do not go against the heavens and face the difficulties head-on, how can I stand out from the crowd? How can I reach the peak of cultivation in the future? Xiao Chen reared his head back and laughed loudly. A heroic spirit rose in his heart. He could not help but speed up his movements, deflecting the attacks of the three. Let's see how long you can last. Again. Ji Chong Kong roared ferociously. Starlight flickered around him as he quickly charged forward again. Up until now, both sides were truly enraged. At this moment, it was no longer a competition of strength. It was a competition of willpower. The one who could persevere and not collapse first would be the one who had the last laugh. Duan Muqing's white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression did not change at all. There were no visible fluctuations. A cold chi surged from his entire body, chilling everyone to the bone. Even Mu Chengxue and Ji Chong Kong were unwilling to get close. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Chen, who was the target of this cold chi, could persevere. The cold was bone-piercing. However, Xiao Chen had already cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone long ago. His body was reborn, and the cold chi could not penetrate his meridians. Although it was unbearable, he could persevere. Dang! 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 The seemingly never-ending battle continued for another hour. Under the sharp attacks, the four of them were covered in wounds of various sizes. However, the weapons in their hands did not stop. Such a high-intensity battle was a great test of their willpower. Xiao! A fierce flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. Finally, all the flames gathered together and elongated into a purple arrow. The arrow headed for Duanmuking, who posed the greatest threat among the three. Duanmuking's expression changed slightly. He felt a dangerous aura in his heart. He quickly retreated and ice formed around his body. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He did not care about the might of the purple light. He looked around and immediately attacked Ji Chongkong, who was behind him. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Of the three, Ji Chongkong was the weakest. Xiao Chen could only look for an opening. Xiao Chen first diverted the strongest, Duanmuking, and broke their encirclement. Then he quickly made his move. After Duanmuking left, the cold qi in Xiao Chen's body immediately dissipated. His ghostly movement technique reappeared. He turned around and stabbed his sword into Ji Chongkong's chest. Chapter 362. Wu Kuei supporting the heavens. The purple-red petals that filled the air formed a mottled whirlpool as they quickly entered the wound. Bang! Ji Chongkong's body fell backward rapidly. The purplish-red flower petals quickly took root in his body. A purplish-red Wu Kuei tree trunk grew out of his wound. Countless branches slowly extended from the trunk of the tree. After a while, the branches became luxuriant, covering the sky. On every branch, there were strange purplish-red barren sunflowers. Mu Chengshue's expression turned grave and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Taking advantage of this opening, his sword hummed and filled the air with killing qi. Under the gentle moonlight, it quickly stabbed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not split his attention with this attack. He had no chance to dodge. In reality, Xiao Chen had no intention of dodging. He continued to focus on forming hand seals, controlling the growth of the Wu Kuei tree. The wind created by the sword already hurt Xiao Chen's face. The tip of the sword was only 10 meters away from him. Boom! A jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest lit up with a dazzling light. A formless barrier enveloped Xiao Chen. This was the secret treasure that Xiao Chen had won the bid for. When Mu Chengxue struck the barrier with his full strength, he was reflected back 30%. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back. After the barrier blocked the attack, it slowly shattered. After Xiao Chen finished forming his hand seals, he turned around and quickly chased after Mu Chengxue. The Wu Kuei tree behind Xiao Chen was completely formed. Countless roots extended into Mu Chengshue's meridians, firmly suppressing him. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Mu Chengxue wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the approaching Xiao Chen. He smiled coldly and the moonlight on his sword suddenly rippled. The surrounding space immediately turned blurry. As Xiao Chen flew through the air, it seemed like Mu Chengxue was always a distance away from him. He could not get close. Right now, I have used my holy weapon to change the laws to create a miniature world. It is already more than 500 kilometers wide. Let's see how you break it. You can forget about catching up to me in your lifetime. Mu Chengshue's voice reverberated throughout the space. It seemed as though it was right beside their ears, yet it also seemed as though it was far away. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. I've said it before, as long as it's not a law that you've comprehended yourself, in the face of absolute power, laws are ineffective. Hearing the sword, Xiao Chen shouted, and the lunar shadow saber formation in his hand flashed. The snow-white saber turned pitch black, and its sharpness wantonly turned into a true heavenly weapon. Wu Kuei breaks the heavens. I can even break the heavens. Why would I fear your insignificant laws? An ancient divine tree quickly formed above Xiao Chen's head. Thunder roared incessantly in the sky above the drill ground as the state of thunder circulated to the extreme. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder descended from the sky. When the divine tree finished growing, Xiao Chen's saber lit up with a resplendent pillar of light. The pillar of light quickly elongated, rushing towards Mu Chengxue. With the aid of the state of massacre and the heavenly weapon, whatever laws of heaven and earth, they immediately shattered. The moonlight on the sword in Mu Chengshue's hand quickly dimmed. The pillar of light did not even have time to blink before it struck his chest. The crowd in the drill ground only saw a beam of light. Then, Mu Chengshue's body flew to the distant horizon, disappearing from everyone's sight. Before Xiao Chen could rest for a while, he immediately felt a cold qi spreading rapidly in the drill ground. Duan had completely dodged that lightning-fast purple thunder true fire. He was currently executing his killing move. Boom! 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 The cold chi on the ground quickly gathered and formed a huge ice prison. It surrounded the entire drill ground. In an instant, everyone could only see thick walls of ice. They could not see what was happening inside. Within the ice prison, a pitch-black saber rested on Duan Muking's neck. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and said indifferently, "Give up. I still have one move of my Wu Kuei saber technique that I have not executed. You have no chance." The instant the ice froze, Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He executed the blue dragon tail whip. He managed to arrive just as Duan Muking was about to execute his killing move. Xiao Chen placed his saber on Duan Muking's neck. Rumble! After a moment of silence, the ferocious ice-attributed energy in Duan Muking's hand finally scattered. The ice prison immediately melted and Duan Muking's white hair turned black. There was no blood on Duan Muking's pale face. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "Actually, you won from the very start. Duan Muking is not as skilled as you. In the future, the grudge between you and the Duanmu clan will end here." After Xiao Chen spoke, he slowly walked out of the drill ground. After a while, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He bounced a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. It was Mu Chengxue, who had been blasted into the clouds by the Wu Kuei breaking the heavens. He was already injured. Now that he fell from a height of a few thousand meters, he vomited blood on top of his injuries. He found it difficult to even speak. His vision was blurred by the blood. He was in a sorry state. The entire drill ground was deathly silent. Xiao Chen fought 1 against 3 and obtained the final victory. First, he defeated the Holy Land experts. Then, he defeated the various noble clan disciples. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not stop to rest. None of his opponents were mediocre. They were all famous outstanding talents. However, they were all defeated by this white-robed bladesman. No one was a match for him. Not even 3 against 1. After this battle, Xiao Chen's name would shake the world. He would become the true leader of the younger generation of the great Qin nation. Xiao Chen was the true main character of today's grand occasion. He had completely overshadowed Lang Liusu, who became a peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. Many people felt excited in their hearts. Perhaps many years later, they might be the ones to witness the start of a legend. As Xiao Chen walked, the shattered ice on the drill ground gave off a loud, pang-pang sound. Every step he took made him feel dizzy. However, he had to continue moving forward. There were some things he had to say to the person lying on the ground. He had to say them personally to the person who forced him into a dead end. Mu Chengshue's vision was blurry as he coughed continuously. When he heard footsteps, he struggled to stand up. However, a scabbard ruthlessly stabbed him. "You once said that the higher you fly, the more painful it will be when you fall. Look at you now. Looking at you now, I believe this sentence even more. Thank you. I will always remember this sentence. I will not allow myself to be in danger of falling." When Mu Chengxue heard this, he coughed violently a few times. He smiled miserably in his heart. He had just fallen from the clouds. He finally understood the saying, "The higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be." Perhaps I should not have made an enemy of this person. Some people are destined to soar to the sky. Even if you manage to pull them down temporarily, you would only become a stepping stone for them, allowing them to fly higher and higher. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen defeated them all. This is too inconceivable. First, he eliminated the Holy Land experts and forced them back with 4 palm strikes. Then, he defeated the noble clan heirs. No one can withstand his sharpness. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation is a match for him. Our great Qin nation has always been the weakest among the 5 great nations. This time, we might have produced a demonic genius. After a moment of silence, the crowd in the spectator stands erupted. They were all very excited and discussions could be heard without end. On the other side, Lu Ruyue and the others all had sincere smiles on their faces. They quickly headed for Xiao Chen. At this moment, only the noble clan elders on the platform had the most heavy moods. If they could not take him down in this battle, this Xiao Chen might become a shadow that would haunt them for life. Just thinking about such a talented opponent made them tremble in fear. It made it hard for them to breathe. If one had to say who was the most depressed, it would be Song K. At this moment, he felt incredibly depressed. Originally, he thought that he would definitely die. However, Xiao Chen managed to pull through. Furthermore, his reputation became even more famous. No, this brat's strength is already sufficient to threaten me. There is a death grudge between us. He will definitely come back to settle the score with me. Song K's expression was uncertain. It was like he was making a difficult decision. He was very hesitant. Forget it if I just kill him. He is currently at his weakest. This is the best opportunity. He is no longer a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple. With my status as the Peak Master, I can definitely avoid the death penalty. Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in Song K's eyes. He looked at the defenseless Xiao Chen, who was walking towards Lu Ruiyue, and clenched his fist tightly. Die! Song K shouted and used his remaining arm as a saber. He carried a sharp killing chi and soared into the air, flying towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. When the smiling Lu Ruiyue saw Song K, her expression immediately changed. She shouted, "Xiao Chen, be careful!" When Xiao Chen felt the killing chi, he wanted to circulate the blue dragon cloud soaring art to dodge. However, he discovered that the essence in his body had already dried up. There was nothing left. He was startled. Bang! Lu Ruiyue flew over at lightning speed and used her palm to block Song K's peak martial king strike for Xiao Chen. Pu-ci. There was an insurmountable difference between an inferior grade martial king and a peak martial king. Furthermore, this was a peak strike that Song K had stored up power for a long time. Lu Ruiyue vomited a large mouthful of blood. She felt an intense pain in her chest as she flew backwards. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly sank. He quickly caught Lu Ruiyue and placed his hand on her pulse. He sent a strand of spiritual sense into her and discovered that her heart meridians were shattered. Her life force was rapidly draining away. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be in a daze. They had never expected things to turn out like this. "Xiao Chen, don't be rash," Lu Ruiyue said weakly as she lay in Xiao Chen's embrace. Her complexion was pale. It was like lightning struck Xiao Chen's mind. His eyes turned scarlet, and the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Strands of scarlet state of massacre spread out. When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw that Song K was still unwilling to let go. He was rushing towards him, trying to kill him. Seeking death. Xiao Chen felt a chill in his heart. Killing chi filled his entire body. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm started to move quickly. A horrifying energy accumulated continuously. After a while, the vivid tattoo came to life. A realistic blue dragon coiled around Xiao Chen's arm. Roar! A dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. The white clouds in the sky were scattered. The holy might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Song K, who bore the brunt of it, had a drastic change in expression. Chapter 363. Song K felt an overwhelming holy might pressing down on him like a small mountain. The martial spirit in his body trembled continuously, and his essence became unstable. He could not even walk properly. Before Song K could react, he was struck by the blue dragon. The clothes in front of his chest were torn apart, and a bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared. His body flew back 100 meters. The blue dragon circled around and returned to Xiao Chen's arm. Its luster was dim, leaving only a blurry image. On the platform, the Silent Phoenix's Passion Palace's Elder Yan's expression changed greatly when he saw the Azure True Dragon. He exclaimed in his heart, "Blue Dragon Martial Spirit. How can it be the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit?" Xiao Chen took a few steps and arrived before the heavily injured Song Quebec. His eyes were bloodshot as he lifted Song K up with a sullen expression. "Song K, I have no enmity with you. You are a bona fide peak martial king, yet you have tried to kill me time and time again. I have tolerated you until now, yet you are still unwilling to let me off." Xiao Chen continued to question Song K as he grabbed him by the collar. "Don't kill me. I am the Biyun Peak's peak master. If you kill me, you will die as well," Song K said with a horrified expression. The fear of death in his heart caused him to give up all his dignity. "Xiao Chen, stop!" The first elder, Jiang Qi, shouted from the platform. "No matter what, Song Ke was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master. He could not die in the hands of an outsider. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He clenched his right hand and punched, turning Song Ke's head into mush. Lu Ruyue's heart meridians were shattered because of him. She had a slim chance of survival. No matter who pleaded on her behalf, Xiao Chen had to kill this person. Hu Qi! A red light flashed on the platform. It flew over at lightning speed and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. "Old thing, if you dare to come any closer, I dare you," a delicate voice shouted. Just as Elder Yan's palm strike was about to land on Xiao Chen, a fiery red meteor descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a golden spear with a golden dragon formed from pure golden flames coiling around its body. Sensing danger, Elder Yan immediately stopped what he was doing. When he saw the item clearly, his expression changed drastically. A subdivine weapon, the Grand Sovereign Spear, and a complete dragon flame. Is the Qin Emperor here? Retreat! Without any hesitation, Elder Yan's body flickered as he retreated. His speed was inconceivably fast. However, that long spear followed him like a shadow, hot on his heels. Everywhere the spear passed, a visible black hole appeared in space. The dragon flame circling the spear burned fiercely, expanding the black hole rapidly. "My life is over," Elder Yan thought to himself in despair as he looked at the spear that he could not dodge. Dang! Just when he was in complete despair, there was a sudden fluctuation in space. Elder Luo, who was in the reincarnation well, appeared out of thin air with 7 people. Shoving Elder Yan aside, Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly on the Grand Imperial Spear, which could easily tear through space, and a formless shockwave appeared beneath his feet. Xiao Chen diverted the boundless force of the spear into nothingness, displaying his strong control skills. Ying Yu, who had descended from the sky, stretched out her hand and retrieved the Grand Imperial Spear. "Elder Luo, that person is the inheritor of the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit," Elder Yan, who had narrowly escaped death, said as he looked at Xiao Chen. Elder Luo waved his hand and said, "I know. There is no need to say anything more. Don't bother yourself with this matter." Boom, boom, boom. The hidden Heavenly Saber Pavilion Supreme Elders all revealed themselves at this moment. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Manjun among them. Xiao Chen immediately carried Lu Ruyue and ran over. He said anxiously, "Martial Grand Aunt, please save Ruyue. She is about to die." Shen Manjun sighed gently and said, "I owe you a favor. Furthermore, Lu Ruyue is the son of an old friend. No matter what, I have to save her." When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, "Martial Grand Aunt, can she be saved?" With a flip of her palm, Shen Manjun took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Lu Ruyue. The medicinal pill melted in her mouth. Soon, Lu Ruyue's life force started to recover. She is still in time. This is Jade Maiden Peak's rank 9 medicinal pill for treating injuries. It can protect her from death, Shen Manjun said calmly as she infused a strand of gentle essence into the medicinal pill to speed up its effects. When Lu Ruyue and the others heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Ruyue did not die, it was fine. "Xiao Chen, you killed my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master, Song Quebec. You should be executed according to the sect rules." However, Song Ke attacked a fellow disciple first. That is also a capital offense. Your contributions offset your mistakes. From today onwards, you are not allowed to take half a step into my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Do you agree? Shin Manjun said softly after Lu Ruyue's condition stabilized. Although she was not the sect master, she was the most senior. To a certain extent, her words held more weight than Jiang Qi's. "Idiot, why are you still not agreeing? She is protecting you. Can't you see that the people from the Holy Land are glaring at you?" Just as Xiao Chen was about to retort, Lu Ruyue's voice rang out in his mind. He could only nod and say, "I promise Martial Grand Aunt that I will not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future." Shen Manjun nodded gently and looked at Elder Luo. "Elder Luo, what do you think?" The Phoenix's Passion Palace's inner core elder scolded Elder Yen, who had sent a voice projection. He smiled gently and said, "Elder Shen is too polite. This is a private matter of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It has nothing to do with the Phoenix's Passion Palace. I only hope that your young pavilion master will go to the Holy Land as promised." Since Lu Ruya was fine, Xiao Chen relaxed. Just because he did not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not mean he would not return. When his strength reached a certain level, he would definitely bring Lu Ruya away from this place. He would not forget this promise. After bidding farewell to everyone, Xiao Chen especially thanked Princess Yingyu. Then he slowly led Bai out. Xiao Chen did not know when he would return after leaving this time. However, he would definitely return. This was because he had to complete the promise. After Xiao Chen was far away, Elder Luo walked over to Yingyu and smiled. Little girl, you are very similar to your grandfather. You are equally tyrannical. Unfortunately, your strength is far inferior. Yingyu grasped the Grand Imperial Spear tightly and smiled faintly. Then, do you want to give it a try? Elder Luo smiled gently, ignoring Yingyu's mockery. Go back and tell your grandfather that he still lost this time. As Yingyu watched the people of the Phoenix's Passion Palace leave, she thought to herself, as long as Xiao Chen is still around, we have not lost. Following the departure of several important figures, the crowd on the drill ground also left the place. The Holy Land selection was completely ruined. However, the cultivators who came did not feel any regrets. Witnessing the start of a legend was a form of luck. Not long after, the noble clans on the platform left as well. The previously bustling drill grounds became quiet once more. Even the most glorious and grand occasion would come to an end. Jiang Qi sighed to himself and led the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders away from this place. However, no one would have guessed that the end of this event was the beginning of the glorious stage of the Tianwu continent. The true curtains had just been drawn. Shihe Province, in a tavern on a desolate road. This was the only road from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the Black Dragon River. Aside from the Devil Savannah, there were many cultivators coming and going. In this desolate wilderness, the only tavern within 500 kilometers became a good place for many cultivators to stop and rest. The tavern was not big. It did not even have a main floor. It was just a building with a bedroom and kitchen. There were a few tables outside and a simple signboard by the side of the road. However, business was very good. Out of the few tables, only one was empty. The rest were occupied by cultivators on their way. Outside the tavern, there was a white-clothed girl about 14 or 15 years old. She had a pretty face and held a wine gourd in her hand. She smiled at the tavern owner and said, "Boss, fill up my gourd with some wine." The tavern owner was an old man over 50 years old. When he saw the girl's pure face and her charming smile, he immediately became distracted. After a long time, he recovered his wits. He took out a funnel and placed it on the mouth of the gourd. Then, he picked up a ladle from the wine jar and slowly poured the wine. When the girl smelled the fragrant wine, her cute eyes squinted. She smiled and said, "Thank you, boss. Fill up more." The tavern owner smiled and said, "No problem. I guarantee I will fill it up to the brim. This little one has always done business honestly. I will not skimp on weight." However, after filling up the gourd for a while, the tavern owner started muttering to himself, "Why does this small gourd look like it is not full?" When he looked down, he discovered that the gourd was completely filled. There was no sign of it leaking out. At a table at the side, there was a white-clothed youth eating. There was a blue strip of cloth wrapped around his head. He had fair skin and a delicate and handsome appearance. When he saw this scene, his expression changed and he nearly spat out the food in his mouth. He quickly ran over and picked up the gourd. Then, he handed over a piece of gold and said, "Boss, there is no need to fill it up. This gold word is a reward for you." "Thank you, young hero." When the tavern owner saw the gold word, a smile bloomed on his face. However, he still muttered to himself, "Strange, it is such a small gourd. Why is it not full?" The white-clothed youth smiled bitterly to himself. "It would be strange if you could fill it up. This wine gourd is a small spatial magic treasure that I specially refined. It would be more than enough to fill a 100-meter-wide pool of water. There would be no problem." Needless to say, these two people were naturally Xiao Chen and Bai, who had left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen boarded the silver warship and quickly left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's territory. He recuperated in a small city for half a month before continuing on his journey. In the current Great Qi nation, aside from two people who could fight with Xiao Chen, there was no one else worthy of him going all out. In the Tianwu continent there were 5 great nations. Not to mention the strongest, the great Jin nation, whose spirit veins had not changed much. As for the other 4 nations, the great Tang nation, Chu nation, Xia nation, and Qin nation, the great Qin nation was the weakest. The spiritual energy in their nation was also the thinnest. They only had 3 large sections. As for the other 3 nations, each of them had at least 4 or 5 sects that could rival the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As for the great Jin nation, it went without saying. Xiao Chen's vision had never been limited to the great Qin nation. From the very start, he had set his sights on the entire continent. Thus, it was imperative for him to go abroad. The Tianwu continent was vast and boundless. Aside from the 5 great nations, there was also the mysterious and chaotic ancient desolate land, the 100,000 great mountains occupied by the barbarians in the north, and the countless small nations occupied by the ancient races. Chapter 364. Just the continent itself was already boundless, not to mention the countless islands of various sizes in the boundless sea, the ice continent in the extreme north, and the legendary fiery abyss where the sun rose. The world was so big. Many people could not even travel half of it in their entire lives. Perhaps one was a super genius of a nation. However, when one left the nation, one might discover that one was still as insignificant as a speck of dust. Xiao Chen maintained a humble and calm heart. No matter what the outside world said, no matter how talented he was or what his future prospects were, they were all empty in Xiao Chen's eyes. Only the strength that he truly grasped was the most real. He could not allow the words of the outside world to affect his heart. He had to be calm, not worried, not confused, not afraid, not arrogant. Didn't I tell you not to use this bottle gourd to buy wine? Why don't you listen? Xiao Chen said as he gently patted Bai's head. Bai lowered her head and said with some grievance, "However, the other bottle gourds are really small. They are gone after I take 2 sips. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this girl who loved to drink. He closed the bottle gourd and handed it back to her. He said, "This will not happen again. This time, you are not allowed to drink it before night falls." Bai smiled happily as she received the bottle gourd. Then, she tied it to her waist. She nodded seriously and said, "Bai will not drink it. I promise I will not drink it." After leaving money for the food on the table, Xiao Chen led Bai down the main road. Not long after Xiao Chen left, one of the cultivators at another table said, "That youth earlier seems to be the recently famous white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Could he be going there for the treasure as well?" Another person smiled and said, "You are overthinking it. Now, wearing white robes and a blue strip of cloth on his head is already a common attire for bladesmen. I have not seen a bladesman who did not dress like that." Another person smiled and said, "Indeed. Back then, during the battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I did not see any bladesman who did not dress like this. I can only say that Xiao Chen is too famous now. There are too many people following him. Don't overthink it." Maybe I am overthinking things. Recently, I have indeed seen many white-robed bladesmen with blue strips of cloth on their heads. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue on our way after we finish eating, the first person to speak said. On a silver warship in the sky, a strong wind blew against the clouds as it advanced rapidly. Xiao Chen was in the cabin, carefully looking at a map. The map showed the topography of the Shihe River and the coastal areas in detail. Every mountain, river, and town was marked in detail. Beside the large map was a small map that was flashing with spiritual light. It was the treasure map that Xiao Chen had obtained that day. According to Fatso, the location of the treasure was an island overseas. The island was surrounded by churning waves all year round. Martial monarch experts would not be able to enter. That was because the martial sage from back then had changed the laws of heaven and earth outside the island. Even after 1,000 years, the changed laws had not recovered. There would be a period of time every 2 years when the huge waves would be much smaller. This would allow martial kings to enter. Calculating the time, this was the period of time when one could pass through the huge waves. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen did not have a clear destination. Since he had such a treasure map in his hands, he intended to give it a try and see if it was a fortuitous encounter for him. After comparing the map, Xiao Chen muttered, "It looks like the river on the treasure map is really the Black Dragon River in the Shihe province. The sea route marked on the red line should be the route to the island." Bai, who was sitting at the stern, looked at the focused Xiao Chen. Occasionally, She would sneakily remove the bottle gourd at her waist and take a sip. Her face would turn red, looking very alluring. Xiao Chen saw all this clearly with his spiritual sense. However, he could only smile helplessly. He held the treasure map in his hand and studied it for a while. Xiao Chen's hand slowly slid over the treasure map until he reached the island closest to the treasure. This island was called Green Wind Island. It was twice the size of Shiha City. It was a very famous transit island that led to the depths of the boundless sea in the west of the continent. Merchant ships that wanted to go to the boundless sea would stop at this island to resupply before they left. "Bye, stop drinking. We have to go down and take a ship," Xiao Chen said softly after putting away the map. Bai blushed slightly and stood up. She nodded gently and smiled. "And I got it." If they wanted to go to Green Wind Island, they would have to take another merchant ship. Controlling the silver warship for such a long distance would be very taxing on their mental and physical strength. Xiao Chen stored Bai in the spirit blood jade and returned the silver warship to his right eye. Then, he quickly descended from the sky. Soon, a small city appeared in his vision. This small city was the end of the desolate road. Because there was a port near the Black Dragon River, although the city was small, it was bustling with activity. There was a huge flow of people. Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground and paid the entrance fee. Then, he immediately rushed to the port outside the city. There were many large merchant ships anchored at the port. After he heard about a merchant ship preparing to go to the depths of the boundless sea, Xiao Chen immediately rushed over. "So, you are going to Green Wind Island. Hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Otherwise, there is no need for further discussion," the person who negotiated with Xiao Chen said indifferently. "Strange, why is it so expensive? I remember that I only had to pay some gold to borrow a ship in the past. Now, I actually have to pay 100 inferior grade spirit stones." It was not that Xiao Chen did not have 100 inferior grade spirit stones. However, he did not want to be a spendthrift. So, he prepared to ask another merchant ship. The waiter on the ship smiled and said, "Stop looking. The other merchant ships charge the same price. Even if you walk to the next port, it will still be the same price." There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. Xiao Chen felt suspicious and stopped. He took out 150 inferior grade spirit stones and said, "The remaining 50 are for you. Tell me why the price increased collectively." When the waiter received the extra 50 inferior grade spirit stones, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. He explained, "It is because of the treasure map passed down in the Devil Savannah. I heard that a fatso obtained the treasure map in the Devil Savannah. He took it to the auction house in the ancient desolate land and made a huge profit. Then, he made 1,000 copies of it and sold them. Now, the treasure map has become a common item. The first person who auctioned it became a spendthrift. It is not only our great Qin nation. Many cultivators from the Great Tang Nation, the Great Xia Nation, and the Great Chu Nation all obtained the treasure map. Hence, more people went to the Green Wind Island." Speaking up to this point, Xiao Chen understood what was going on. He smiled to himself. "The treasure map that I treated as a treasure has already become a common item. However, given Fatso's character, he would be able to do something like this. He had suffered too much in the Devil Savannah. If he did not earn some money, he would not stop." When the waiter arrived at the bow of the ship, Xiao Chen immediately felt countless strong auras. He saw 100 cultivators sitting on the deck. Half of them were peak martial saints. The rest were martial kings. Half were medial grade martial kings, and there were a few superior grade martial kings. Xiao Chen carefully scanned the place with his spiritual sense and discovered a peak superior grade martial king. He had hidden his aura and was silently hiding in the crowd. It looked like it was as the waiter said. Everyone knew about the secret of the treasure map. As long as they were strong, they would want to try their luck. Another bladesman who follows Xiao Chen. Why do so many people like to imitate him? Do they think that just because they wear white robes and a blue strip of cloth, they are experts? When the few cultivators saw Xiao Chen boarding the warship, they mocked him with mocking laughter. Xiao Chen looked up and saw many bladesmen on the ship dressed like him. White robes, sabers at their waists, and a blue strip of cloth tied around their heads. Xiao Chen could only selectively ignore the words of those people. In such a situation, Xiao Chen could accept it. At least, he did not have to worry about exposing his identity. Xiao Chen smiled gently and led the waiter to a room in the ship's hold. He said, "Help me prepare a good double room. It would be best if it was a big one." "Young hero, this is your first time borrowing a ship, right? We are not a passenger ship but a merchant ship, so—" Before the waiter could finish speaking, Xiao Chen tossed him 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Then he took out 100 inferior-grade spirit stones and said, "The big one is for your leader and the small one is for you." The waiter immediately smiled and said, "Young hero really knows the rules. With spirit stones, everything is easy. A double room, right? I will give you the biggest one. Please wait for a while." Xiao Chen was very clear on whether there were any empty rooms on the merchant ship. However, aside from doing meritorious deeds for the merchant ship, he could only use spirit stones to establish a connection. Inferior-grade spirit stones were not very useful for Xiao Chen's cultivation. He could only use them to recover his spiritual energy. Even if he spent them, it would not be a waste. Not long later, the waiter ran back and led Xiao Chen to the second floor of the ship. He found a large guest room for him. "Young hero, if there is anything you need, feel free to instruct me. This little one will be waiting for you." This waiter already treated Xiao Chen as the young master of a big clan. He was still thinking of getting more benefits. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He knew what the waiter was thinking. He handed over 10 inferior-grade spirit stones and said, "You can withdraw first. I will call you if there is anything. Don't disturb me without my instructions." The shop assistant took the spirit stones and left in a joyful mood. After he closed the wooden door, Xiao Chen immediately let out Bai, who had been confined for a long time. The guest room was very big. It was more than enough for 2 people. After Xiao Chen reminded Bai not to run around, he took out a medial-grade spirit stone and entered a state of cultivation, preparing to break through to superior-grade martial saint at any time. After the consecutive battles at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the purple essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian had been stirring restlessly. This was the prelude to a breakthrough. Furthermore, after cultivating for the past few days, the distance between Xiao Chen and superior-grade martial king had been shrinking. Once the time was right, he would be able to smoothly advance to superior-grade martial saint. The many battles had given Xiao Chen a very clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Chen's current combat prowess should be between peak medial-grade martial king and superior-grade martial king. He could defeat medial-grade martial kings and hold his own against superior-grade martial kings. However, he would not be a match for a peak superior-grade martial king. If he ran into a peak superior-grade martial king, it would be best to retreat early. Chapter 365. As for those within the martial saint realm, Xiao Chen could be said to be unrivaled. Xiao Chen was even confident of defeating a Holy Land core disciple. This port was in the middle reaches of the Black Dragon River. There was still a long way to go before it reached the estuary. Furthermore, merchant ships could not travel at full speed in the river. Hence they were not very fast. Xiao Chen did not go out. Every day, aside from eating, he spent all his time cultivating. The spiritual energy in the world below the mountain was very thin. Every 2 days, he would have to expend a medial-grade spirit stone. Xiao Chen did not lack medial-grade spirit stones. He used more than 30,000 contribution points to exchange for more than 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones he obtained from selling the demonic cores, he now had more than 9,000 medial-grade spirit stones. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed, he would not feel any heartache. 2 months later, the purple Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body suddenly spun quickly. The spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone in his hand flowed into his body like a river. Dida! Dida! The purple essence liquid dripped continuously from the Qi whirlpool. Soon, it filled the interior of the Qi whirlpool. All of Xiao Chen's pores, flesh, and bones felt swollen. After a while, the Qi whirlpool exploded and his dantian turned chaotic. Streams of air gushed out from Xiao Chen's body. Instantly, the air in the entire room surged, forming small tornadoes. An extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. The essence circulating in his meridians was denser and purer than before. Did I break through? With a thought, Xiao Chen sent his consciousness into his dantian. He saw that the purple Qi whirlpool was twice as large as before. Previously, it could have been filled with purple liquid. Now, it barely filled half of it. Xiao Chen successfully broke through. After more than 4 months, Xiao Chen finally advanced from peak medial-grade martial saint to superior-grade martial saint. Revealing a faint smile, Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence immediately circulated a small cycle through the 9 major meridians. Then, it started to circulate in the minor meridians around the major meridians. With this advancement, he had opened several dozen new minor meridians. One of them was for cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. The more minor meridians there were, the more essence would circulate in the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. An hour later, the purple essence chi finally began to circulate through all the meridians. The essence chi in the 9 main meridians gathered into tiny streams that gathered in the purple chi whirlpool. The chi whirlpool slowly stopped after it was mostly filled. All it needed was a great cycle and it would be. However, Xiao Chen did not continue to circulate his energy. He opened his eyes, and 2 beams of purple light flashed in them, radiating sharpness. Elder brother Xiao Chen. You have as chi. Chen Xiao Chen's spirit. Xiao Chen waved his hand and sucked in all the flowing purple energy into his body. He stood up and smiled faintly. I have not gone out for a month. You must be feeling stifled. After passing through the corridor, the 2 of them arrived at the bow of the ship. At this moment, the sun had just risen. The faint light of the sun cast a golden shadow on the surface of the river. The sky had just brightened. The many cultivators on the deck were walking around the side of the ship. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and chatted with each other. After not coming out for more than a month, Xiao Chen felt the breeze from the river. His mind relaxed, and his mind felt much better. Xiao Chen had not come out for more than a month. When he felt the breeze from the river, his mind relaxed, and his mind felt much better. After traveling for more than a month, a huge tributary suddenly appeared on the river in front. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. After traveling for half a day, a huge tributary suddenly appeared in front of them. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. Xiao Chen had seen the map before. He knew that this tributary led to the most chaotic place in the continent, the ancient desolate land. The ancient desolate land was very large. It was about half the size of the Great Qin nation. If one included some desolate and uninhabited places, it would be about the same size as the Great Qin nation. The center of the ancient desolate land was the capital of the Qianwu dynasty. It was once the most glorious city in the continent. Unfortunately, after the dynasty was destroyed, the dragon vein that the Qianwu emperor had laid dormant for 10,000 years was split into 9. The ancient desolate land became an extremely dangerous place. As a result, the spiritual energy of the ancient desolate land was extremely dense. However, no empire moved their capital there. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts. Since they were already here, it would not be long before they set sail. Soon, the merchant ship would leave the Qianwu continent and reach the coastal waters. We are about to reach the Thunder King Valley. After we pass the Thunder King Valley, we will leave the Qianwu continent, a cultivator suddenly said. Another companion sighed and said, Ever since the Thunder King, there have been no more peak experts in the Great Qin nation. They have really declined. I wonder if there will be someone like the Thunder King after 1,000 years. That bladesman who appeared in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not long ago might be able to recreate the glory of the Thunder King. He defeated so many noble clan geniuses in one go. He is the only one in the past 100 years to do so. In this era, there are many geniuses. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. The continent that has been silent for 1,000 years will definitely rise again. Even within the Great Qin nation, the geniuses of those noble clans are not weak. There is also Leng Liusu, who became an inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. There is also Chu Chaoyun, who has not revealed his true strength yet. There are also some geniuses from the military who spend most of their time on the battlefield in the imperial capital. They are not inferior to the era of 1,000 years ago. As for the experts of the other nations, there are even more of them. As far as I know, there are at least 100 people who are not weaker than Xiao Chen. Furthermore, this does not include the geniuses of the Great Qin nation. Naturally, the geniuses of the Great Qin nation are not included. They are not in the same world as us. How can we compare? We might be able to see these geniuses on the Green Wind Island this time. I heard that the other nations also have treasure maps of the Devil Savannah. Someone on the bow of the warship mentioned the Thunder King. The entire deck immediately became lively. These knowledgeable cultivators started to discuss the geniuses of the various nations. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively. 1,000 years ago, which was the era of the Thunder King, there were many geniuses in the various nations. There were countless capable people. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the world of cultivators reached its peak. All sorts of dazzling genius cultivators emerged like pearls. The Thunder King rose up like a comet in such an era. He swept through all the geniuses in the world until he became one of the few people who stood at the top of the pyramid of the continent. After the fall of the Thunder King, that glorious era slowly came to an end. The world of cultivators started to decline. There were very few peak experts and the various geniuses were no longer as dazzling as before. However, there seemed to be some signs now. It was like a glorious era was slowly budding. The morning sun had already risen above everyone's heads. The sunlight became unusually intense. A majestic canyon appeared in the distance. Everyone stopped talking as they looked at the canyon in the distance with reverence in their eyes. The canyon was a few thousand meters tall. It stood on both sides of the Black Dragon River. It was like two swords piercing into the sky. Clouds shrouded the peak. When the merchant ship arrived before the canyon, it slowed down. After entering the canyon, the sky immediately turned dark. Everyone on the deck fell silent. Only the sound of splashing waves could be heard on the quiet surface of the river. Everyone even seemed to hold their breath. What's going on? Xiao Chen looked suspiciously at the canyon on both sides. The moment he looked around, he was thoroughly shocked. The canyon towered into the clouds. There was a huge statue of a person carved on it. This person was very lifelike and had a resolute expression. He wore tight robes and had a sword at his waist. He looked at the distant sea. The statue was carved in the canyon's vein. It was 1 kilometer long and looked like it would soar into the sky. It gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the mountains and rivers. Associating the name of the canyon with the Thunder Emperor Valley, everyone was able to guess the identity of the person carved on the canyon. Rumble! Suddenly, endless thunder roared in the clear sky. When everyone looked up, they saw dark clouds churning in the sky. There seemed to be a vast army moving in them. The aura was overwhelming, and bolts of lightning occasionally tore through the sky. The berserk will of thunder reverberated in the canyon. This made everyone feel a horrifying pressure. It was like the next bolt of lightning would strike them, destroying their soul and dying without a complete corpse. When Bai saw the horrifying lightning in the sky, he seemed to think of the lightning from his tribulation. He paled in fright and hugged Xiao Chen tightly, unwilling to let go. Elder brother Xiao Chen, Bai is so scared. When Xiao Chen felt the trembling Bai in his embrace, he used his hand to cover Bai's mouth. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. Don't make a sound." This was the will of thunder, the purest will of thunder. Even after 1,000 years, it still inspired fear in people, not daring to move. No wonder the cultivators on the deck did not speak after entering the canyon. They were probably afraid of offending the supreme will and getting punished. Xiao Chen looked up at the boundless thunderclouds in the sky. He felt a strange sense of familiarity. The lunar shadow saber at his waist trembled continuously. It seemed very excited, like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Chen used one hand to press down on the lunar shadow saber, preventing others from noticing anything strange. "Ao Jiao, did you feel it as well?" Xiao Chen thought somewhat sadly. Under this supreme will of thunder, he felt an insurmountable gap between him and the Thunder King. Unexpectedly, a will from 1,000 years ago was still so strong. If he faced the Thunder King, he wondered if he would have the courage to stand up straight. The canyon was very dark. The merchant ship seemed to have traveled for a very long time. When it charged out of the canyon, the sunlight shone on everyone again. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. When they turned their heads back to look at the deep canyon, they felt a lingering fear. Xiao Chen let go of Bai and said, "Bai, don't be afraid. We are already out." Bai recovered some color on his face. He reluctantly came out of Xiao Chen's embrace and said, "Bai is no longer afraid. Elder brother Xiao Chen's embrace is the safest." Chapter 366. Strange, there are no deaths or injuries this time. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation in Thunder King Valley," an older martial king on the deck said. Another old man continued, "That's right. I also feel that it is a little strange. It seems like the Thunder Emperor Valley is much calmer than usual today. I clearly feel that there is someone resisting this will, but the Thunder Emperor did not send down any punishment. Xiao Chen thought, could it be because of me or Ao Jiao? Some of the young cultivators at the side asked in confusion, Senior, what is the situation? Can you explain it in detail? The old man who spoke first said, this Thunder King Valley is also known as the Valley of Life and Death. Every day, when the merchant ships pass by this valley, there will be cultivators who die or get injured. There are very few exceptions. Why? The old man smiled faintly. Because there will always be some people who will resist this will of thunder unconsciously. In the past, there were strong martial monarchs who tried to steal this will of thunder. However, no matter how strong their cultivation was, there was only one result: death. As long as there is any delusion or resistance, the will of thunder will injure you. If you resist seriously, you will die. No matter how high your cultivation is, you will not be able to change this result. Perhaps only a sage can try. Hearing this, the cultivators on the deck who had resisted this will either accidentally or intentionally felt fear in their hearts. Is the Thunder King really that strong? He has been dead for 1,000 years. Why is this will of thunder not extinguished? Furthermore, it is still so mighty, the young cultivators asked, their interest piqued by the old man's words. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There are 7 types of energy in the world. The lightning attribute is the most berserk and has the most tyrannical attack. Cultivating the lightning attribute is also the most difficult. This is because lightning represents the heavenly Tao in the natural world, the power of heavenly punishment. Similarly, the cultivation of the state of thunder and the will of thunder is the most difficult for all cultivators. The Thunder King was able to comprehend the will of thunder into the immortal will of thunder, which is comparable to the heavenly Tao. With such a tyrannical attack power, even the older generation emperors, who are of a higher cultivation level than the Thunder Emperor, would not dare to face him head-on. Haha, fighting with him is equivalent to going through a lightning tribulation. Who would be so bored as to let themselves go through a lightning tribulation? The old man spoke with fervor and assurance. It was obvious that he had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. Xiao Chen recounted everything that the Thunder King had done in the various parts of the continent. This made all the cultivators on the deck yearn in their hearts. It was like they were in that glorious era, turning into the Thunder King, killing gods and demons, trampling on all geniuses and reaching the peak of the world. What's up with the statue in the gorge? Such a huge statue, it seems to cover the entire gorge. Without at least 1,000 people, it would be impossible to complete such a large work. However, how did a few thousand people coordinate with each other to carve such a perfect statue? Seeing that someone finally brought the topic to the statue, the old man continued smiling. If I told you that this statue was formed naturally, would you believe me? How can that be? The surrounding young cultivators all shook their heads. When the old man heard this, he laughed loudly. You youngsters have pretty good talent. You are already peak superior grade martial saints at the age of 24 or 25. However, you are still too inexperienced to think about going to the treasure trove. Another old man at the side was a superior grade martial king. He said indifferently, in the future, if you have the opportunity to go to the ancient desolate land and see the statue of the first Tianwu emperor, you will know that these words are true. Indeed, in the end, the youngsters are still too inexperienced. On this trip to the treasure trove, you will definitely meet with experts from other nations. At that time, you might not even be able to keep your lives, another old martial king said. Furthermore, don't think that just because you are dressed up, you are a white-robed bladesman. How childish, someone brought up the same topic again. When the bladesmen in white robes with blue strips of cloth on their heads heard this, they all felt somewhat embarrassed. They did not know how to answer. The topic slowly returned to reality, to the destination of the group. The older generation cultivators all spoke up to discourage these youngsters. Actually, these old men were just reminding the crowd that if they met with experts from other nations, they would not even know how they died if they could not calm down. These old men had good intentions. As for how many of these youngsters would calm down, they did not need to worry. The topics of these old men broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. This was especially so for the Thunder King's deeds. This allowed him to gain a better understanding of this legendary man. However, half of Xiao Chen's attention was on the deck, on the peak superior grade martial king who had hidden his aura. Many cultivators sat on the deck at the bow, quietly comprehending the will of thunder from earlier. These were all lightning-attributed cultivators. The immortal will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind had a strong effect on lightning-attributed cultivators. More or less, it would be of some help. Perhaps, it would allow one's state to advance further, or it would allow one to comprehend the state of thunder. Among the cultivators sitting on the deck, there was an old man in grey robes. He looked very ordinary. He was a typical ordinary old man. This old man's aura was that of a superior-grade martial king. There were many such old men on the bow. It was not strange for someone to be a superior-grade martial king at such a young age. However, Xiao Chen could clearly sense that this person was a peak superior-grade martial king. He was only one step shy of becoming a half-step martial monarch. He was extremely strong. This person was not a man of few words on the bow, nor did he brag about his past experiences. When he came across a topic that he was interested in, he would make some insipid comments, not attracting the attention of others. If it were not for Xiao Chen's spiritual sense being very sharp, he would not have discovered that this person was a peak martial king expert. This person is extremely dangerous. Xiao Chen kept an eye on him. The dog that bites is never the one that barks the loudest. At this moment, the merchant ship had already left the Tianwu continent. The Thunder King Valley slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The continent also moved further away from the crowd. At the entrance of the valley, there were still many merchant ships slowly sailing out to sea. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and ignored the people on the ship, who were still discussing. He walked straight to the bow and looked out at the sea. All he could see was boundless seawater. The seawater was calm without any ripples. It was a deep blue. Occasionally, a flock of seabirds flew by. At this moment, the sea was very gentle. Before the calm, unruffled sea, one's field of vision was very wide. It broadened one's mind. The huge merchant ship broke through the waves and moved quickly on the sea. Now that they were on the sea, the merchant ship no longer had to worry about anything. It could move at full speed. Xiao Chen muttered, "Is this the boundless sea? It is indeed endless. I'm afraid that even if I spent my entire life, I would not be able to reach the end of this sea. Ha ha, this is not the boundless sea. This is just the coastal waters of the Tianwu continent. After we pass the Green Wind Island, we will truly reach the edge of the boundless sea. However, that is only the shallow sea. The true deep sea is even further." Suddenly, a drawn-out voice resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. He turned his head and saw the peak martial king that he had been paying attention to. He did not know when he had arrived. Xiao Chen was mildly startled, but his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Old senior, it looks like you are very knowledgeable. You seem to understand the boundless sea very well. Can you tell this junior about it?" The old man smiled gently and said, "I do not dare to address myself as senior. In the world of cultivators, the strong are respected, not by age. This old man is called Wu Shangxuan. If little brother does not mind, you can call me Old Wu. Old Wu, please explain it to this junior." Xiao Chen said softly. He also wanted to know what the situation of the boundless sea was like. So he did not mind chatting a little more. Wu Shangxuan looked at the boundless sea and said sullenly, "The boundless sea has a total of 4 directions. The Eastern Sea, the Western Sea, the Southern Sea, and the Northern Sea. The merchant ship we are on is heading to the Western Sea. The true boundless sea is divided into the deep sea and the shallow sea. Currently, humans only have control over the shallow sea. As for the deep sea, it is too mysterious. This old man does not know much about it. There are countless islands in each direction of the shallow seas, and there are also countless powerful sections. Apart from the East Sea, the other 3 directions of the shallow seas all have a dominant sect, which is relatively stable." Xiao Chen thought for a while and asked, "How strong are the sects in the boundless sea compared to the sects in my great Qin nation?" If compared to the Western Shallow Sea, they can barely be considered a second-rate power. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be considered a first-rate power in the past. However, now, it can only be considered a second-rate power. If we include the Heavenly Craft Manor, it might be better. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the Heavenly Craft Manor is stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? What do you mean? Haha. If you go out more, you will discover that many of the spirit weapons of the cultivators in the continent are made by the Heavenly Craft Manor. Even in the Great Jin Nation, this is very obvious. In terms of fame, the three great sects are not as famous as the Heavenly Craft Manor. Think about it carefully. If such a profitable sect does not have a certain level of strength, why did the royal court and the other sects not dare to swallow it up? Xiao Chen had not thought of this unless he had a strong backer. If not, there was only one reason. The Heavenly Craft Manor had its own hidden power. When Wu Shangxuan spoke up to this point, he suddenly paused. He said, "White-robed bladesman, for you to be so interested in the Boundless Sea's powers, aside from going to the Green Wind Island, are you planning to go to the Boundless Sea as well?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, "Old Wu must be joking. How am I the white-robed bladesman? I only wear white robes. Stop denying it. You are observing me, but I am observing you as well," Wu Shangxuan said calmly as he looked into the distance. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like this person might have discovered his identity. Otherwise, he would not have come over to talk to him for no reason. Wu Shangxuan continued, "There is no need to be nervous. This old man is actually looking for you to discuss the matter of the Savannah King's treasure. I have been to that island twice before. This is my third time." Chapter 367. Wu Shangxuan had actually gone there twice already. This surprised Xiao Chen greatly. For him to be able to escape unscathed twice, this person's strength was probably higher than Xiao Chen had imagined. The first time, this old man obtained 3,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 2 secret treasures, and 2 bottles of rank 7 medicinal pills. The second time, I obtained 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones, 3 secret treasures, and a bottle of rank 8 medicinal pills. That is how I obtained my current cultivation. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "In that case, it looks like old Wu has made ample preparations this time. You should be able to reap a great harvest." Difficult. Wu Shangxuan sighed softly. "I wonder which damned fatso spread the treasure map." Now, aside from the cultivators of the Great Gene Nation, the cultivators of the other 4 nations are all rushing over here. Fortuitous encounters were hard to come by. The Savannah King's treasures were undoubtedly a great fortuitous encounter. This was clear from Wu Shangxuan's 2 harvests. Who would not be tempted by such a fortuitous encounter? It would not be strange no matter how many people came. Most or all of the cultivators on the merchant ships behind Xiao Chen were probably here for the Savannah King's treasures. However, looking at Wu Shangxuan's expression, it seemed like there was more to his words. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." When Wu Shangxuan heard this, he laughed loudly. "You youngsters are really direct. This old man said so much because I want to work together with you to explore the Savannah King's treasures." Working together with Wu Shangxuan would be of great help to Xiao Chen. Wu Shangxuan had been to the island with the treasures twice. He would definitely be more familiar with the island's situation than others. That way, Xiao Chen could save a lot of trouble. However, if Xiao Chen were to work together with a stranger of unknown origins, especially when the other party was stronger than him, the other party would definitely be the leader. If the other party killed him to snatch the treasures, he would be helpless. "Sorry, I am used to being alone. I'm afraid I cannot accept Senior's kind intentions." Hence, no matter how many benefits there were, Xiao Chen would not agree. The risk was too great. Wu Shangxuan promised some more benefits and tried his best to invite Xiao Chen to come along. However, Xiao Chen did not budge. He did not agree no matter what he said. "Haha. Since little brother does not agree, then never mind. When we meet again, we will still be friends. This old man will take his leave first," Wu Shangxuan said with a gentle smile. A hard-to-detect venom flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen's eyes were very sharp, and he easily caught this trace of hatred. This made him even more certain that this venerable Wu was definitely not a good person. However, if he had any tricks up his sleeves, Xiao Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could still make him suffer. Brother Xiao Chen, that man was so fake. Bai clearly felt his murderous intent, but he was smiling so happily. Bai walked over and said softly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Ignore him. Don't come out for a few days. This person is not easy to deal with." Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the calm sea suddenly surged with violent waves. The waves were 100 meters tall, and the huge merchant ship also started shaking. The sudden situation caused the cultivators on the deck to be astonished. They nearly fell to the ground. What's going on? This is still the coastal waters. There are very few storms in this season. Why are there such large waves? A few cultivators who travel to the coastal waters all year round asked suspiciously. The ship was still shaking non-stop. However, the cultivators had already recovered their wits. After they circulated their essence, they were barely able to maintain their balance. Xiao Chen's feet seemed to be glued to the deck. The merchant ship shook without moving at all. He supported by and quickly extended his spiritual sense into the distance. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased, his spiritual sense could already cover a radius of 5 kilometers. If he used it in a straight line, he could see the situation 10 kilometers away. Soon, Xiao Chen understood what was going on. 8 kilometers in front, there were 2 huge warships engaged in an intense battle. The ancient demonic energy cannons fired at each other, firing energy shells without regard for the consumption. All sorts of resplendent energy beams interweaved in the air. The aftershocks of the battle created a huge storm. They kicked up huge waves that spread out to the surface of the sea. What a strong aftershock! Unexpectedly, each warship is equipped with hundreds of ancient demonic energy cannons. No wonder the aftershock is still so powerful even after spreading for 5,000 kilometers. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and felt slightly astonished. That blue warship seemed to be flying the flag of the Golden Rock Merchant Association. The Golden Rock Merchant Association. Isn't that the merchant association of Kim Tae-ho's clan? The other warship was pure black. There was a black flag on the bow of the ship. There was a ferocious 9-headed dragon embroidered on the flag, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The 2 warships both had circular light shields blocking the energy beams fired at them. They seemed to be equally matched. If this continued, the 2 warships might sink at the same time. Dong, dong, dong. A group of people came out of the ship's hold. They were the captain and the guards of the ship. Clearly, they were startled by the abnormal waves on the sea. The captain of the merchant ship was a middle-aged man. He was tall and had an imposing appearance. He wore yellow robes threaded with golden threads and exuded a vigorous aura. Unexpectedly, he was a superior-grade martial king. There were 8 guards beside the captain. They were all martial kings and were no more than 40 years old. This was the period when one's chi and blood were at their peak. Such a martial king's sharpness was much stronger than the old martial kings on the deck. If they really fought, their essence might not be as dense as the other parties. However, because their chi and blood were abundant, their sharpness was still present. Their chances of victory were higher. The captain looked at the horrifying waves in the distance and frowned slightly. He said to the person beside him, "Lu Shang, your perception is as strong as a half-step martial monarch. Help me take a look at what's going on." The cultivator called Lu Shang nodded and walked to the bow of the ship. He closed his eyes and blue ripples of light shot out from his body. The ripples merged into the water and headed into the distance. This person's martial spirit is rather special. Furthermore, he probably comprehended the state of water. That's why his perception is as strong as a half-step martial monarch's, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Replying to Captain, it is the Black Dragon Group's 9-headed dragon warship. It is fighting with the Golden Rock Merchant Association's Underworld Wolf warship, Lu Shang said softly as he opened his eyes. This is the coastal waters. How can there be a Black Dragon Group ship? Are you sure? One of the older martial kings on the deck exclaimed in shock. Lu Shang walked over and said, "Captain, should we go around?" The captain frowned heavily. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Are you sure there are only 2 warships? There are no other merchant ships or passenger ships." Lu Shang nodded and said, "I did not see any merchant ships or passenger ships of the Golden Rock Merchant Association within 50 kilometers. There are only 2 warships fighting." The captain's expression relaxed. He said, "In that case, there is no need to care about them. Raise the Merchant Association's flag and continue on our way." The Black Dragon Group normally operates in the shallow seas of the 4 directions. Why are they in the coastal waters this time? This is really puzzling. The Golden Rock Merchant Association's warship is here as well. Don't they usually operate in the shallow seas of the north? Why are they in the west? Could it be that these 2 clans are here for the treasure left behind by the Savannah King? If that is the case, our chances will be much smaller. When the many cultivators on the deck thought of this possibility, Their expressions all changed. The Savannah King's treasure had already attracted many cultivators from the 4 great nations. Now that the Golden Rock Merchant Association and the Black Dragon Group were here, their chances of obtaining a fortuitous encounter would be even smaller. Wu Shangxuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. He glanced at Xiao Chen, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. It was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. The merchant ship raised its flag and continued moving forward. After 2 hours, they neared the center of the battle. The waves on the surface of the sea surged even more violently. The waves they kicked up were more than 200 meters tall. They looked very horrifying. Resplendent beams of light shot across the surface of the sea, creating a screen of water that supported the sky. This made the surging sea even more chaotic. How wasteful is this? One shot from the ancient demonic energy cannon would exhaust 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. It looks like spirit stones are no longer valuable, a cultivator on the deck sighed. Seeing the merchant ship raise its flag, the 2 warships ceased fire at the same time. The waves on the surface of the sea surged for a long time before slowly coming to a stop. The merchant ship passed between the 2 warships very calmly. There were no waves at all. This is really strange. The firepower of the merchant ship is clearly not as strong as that of the warship. Unexpectedly, it can pass so calmly, Xiao Chen thought suspiciously. It could be because of some rules of the sea. For example, warships could not fire at merchant ships. Otherwise, they would be breaking the rules and would be attacked by all powers. Xiao Chen, over here. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, a pleasantly surprised voice came from above. He looked up and saw Fatso waving at him from the 200-meter-tall bow of the Underworld River warship. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before saying to Bai, "Come, let's go up." The 2 of them pushed off the bow of the ship and flew up to the bow of the Underworld River warship before the shocked gazes of the many cultivators on the deck. Earlier, Kim Tae-ho. What did he call him? If I did not hear wrong, it was Xiao Chen, right? It should be true. I did not expect this person to be the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. He is too low profile. It's over. I actually mocked him earlier for pretending to be the white-robed bladesman. I have embarrassed myself greatly. When the people below verified Xiao Chen's identity, they all started discussing fervently. They had not expected the legendary bladesman of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to actually appear before them. When Wu Shangxuan saw Xiao Chen fly up to the Underworld River warship, a deep sense of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "How unfortunate. I was originally planning to make a move tonight. This brat is wearing 3 secret treasures. If I could get my hands on him, I would definitely gain a lot. However, as long as he goes to Chenren Island, he will still have a chance. It is not that easy to obtain the Savannah King's treasure." The merchant ship slowly moved further away. Wu Shangxuan stared at Xiao Chen's back. The greed in his eyes slowly faded away. "Haha, white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Now that you are famous, your deeds have spread throughout my great Tang nation. This fat brother will probably have to follow you in the future," Kim Tae-ho said with a smile as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen felt his shoulder sink. He felt ashamed in his heart. Now that he had cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone, even without using any strength, he could withstand a blow of more than 500 kilograms. Chapter 368. However, Fatso's palm strike still made him feel heavy. It was easy to imagine how much force this fellow had used. "There is no need to be so exaggerated," Xiao Chen smiled, feeling somewhat speechless. Kim Tae-ho laughed and said, "Aren't I missing my brother? Duan Muking, Ji Chongkong, and the others are quite famous in the Great Tang Nation. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, these people all qualified for the second round." Xiao Chen had heard of the 5-nation youth competition before. It was a youth competition that was held every 3 years in the Great Jin Nation. However, very few people from the Great Qin Nation had entered the top 100 in the past few 5-nation youth competitions. Hence, there was very little news about the competition in the Great Qin Nation. After all, such disgraceful results were announced with great fanfare. It was like slapping their own faces. "That's right. Who is this beauty? Why don't you introduce her to this fat lord?" Fatso's eyes lit up when he saw Bai behind Xiao Chen. Bai looked at Kim Tae-ho and smiled gently. "I know you. You are Kim Tae-ho." Kim Tae-ho felt it was strange. "How do you know me? I don't think we have met before." Bai has met you before. The first time we met, you took a sculpture that elder brother Xiao Chen gave you. Bai wanted to continue, but Xiao Chen quickly stopped her. If she continued, Kim Tae-ho's scandal would be exposed. When Kim Tae-ho heard Bai's words, an incredulous look flashed in his eyes. He muttered, "Brother Xiao Chen, this is... I'll tell you in the future. I can't explain everything in such a short time." Xiao Chen did not want to speak too much about Bai's matters. Kim Tae-ho observed his expression and smiled. It's fine. I'll bring you to meet someone first. Miss Bai, come along as well." As Kim Tae-ho walked into the cabin and walked all the way to the top floor, Xiao Chen took the opportunity to ask, "What's going on with this ship and the Black Dragon Triad's warship?" Kim Tae-ho smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Recently, the Chamber of Commerce has been fighting for some maritime trade routes in the West. We have not reached an agreement with the Black Dragon Group on the key issues. Let's fight a few battles first. Otherwise no one will give in. However, since I have seen you, there is no need to fight today." Indeed, with different cultivation realms, one's perspective on problems was different. The cultivators on the deck were extremely nervous about the battle between the Black Dragon Group and the Golden Rock Merchant Association. They said all sorts of things. However, when it came from the mouth of the person involved, there was no smell of gunpowder at all. It seemed incomparably casual, just like a fight between children. Ding ding ding. Melodious zither music came from the top floor. The zither music was very pleasing to the ears. It was like a puddle of clear water splashing down beside one's ears, complementing the melodious tune. It made one feel relaxed and peaceful. Xiao Chen had a guess as to who Fatso wanted to bring him to meet. Xiao Chen pushed open the doors to the top floor. Indeed, as Xiao Chen expected, it was Su Xiaoxiao on the elegant top floor, playing the zither with a calm expression. After Su Xiaoxiao finished playing, she picked up her zither and walked over. She smiled gently and said, "Young Master Xiao, it has been a long time." Indeed, it had been a long time. Since they parted at Whitewater City, it had been a year since Xiao Chen last saw Su Xiaoxiao. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Miss Xiaoxiao's zither music is still as pleasant as before. It is just an elegant thing. I have embarrassed myself in front of young Master Xiao," Su Xiaoxiao said softly. Kim Tae-ho led the group to the dining table in the room. He instructed for some food and wine to be prepared. Then, they started chatting as they drank. After chatting for a while, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Bai and could not help asking, "Who is this lady?" Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "This is my younger sister. You can just call her Bai." In the future, when he met people he knew, Xiao Chen intended to introduce them like this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai took a sip of wine and said happily, "Bai greets elder sister Xiaoxiao. Bai also likes listening to elder sister Xiaoxiao play the zither." Bai was innocent and lively. Her voice was melodious and cute. The moment she spoke, she made Su Xiaoxiao laugh. "Haha. In the future, if you have any ideas, elder sister can teach you." Su Xiaoxiao smiled gently as she looked at Bai. Bai said excitedly, "Thank you, elder sister." The group casually talked about their encounters. After that, Su Xiaoxiao asked, "Young Master Xiao, you probably came to the Green Wind Island for the Savannah King's treasure, right?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I am just trying my luck. I want to see if I have any fortuitous encounters." "What about after that?" Su Xiaoxiao continued to ask. Xiao Chen thought for a while and smiled gently. "After that, I will go back to the various nations to temper myself. One cannot be a frog in a well. I have to go out and explore. If there is an opportunity, I hope to travel the entire Tianwu continent and see the geniuses and outstanding talents of various places." There was still something he did not say in his heart. That was to defeat all these geniuses one by one and never stop on the path to the peak. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she was not surprised. She said, "This time, for the sake of the Savannah King's treasure, many of the young talents of the various nations have come to the Green Wind Island. They are holding a small gathering on the island. If you want to go, I can be the middleman." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Great Qin nation was the weakest of the 4 great nations. There were only 3 great sects in the nation. Compared to the other great nations, the Great Qin nation was far inferior. Xiao Chen's purpose in coming out was to see the world. Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion moved him. "However, before you agree, you have to be mentally prepared. These people are all arrogant and unruly. Their temperaments are very high. It is hard to avoid a clash of words. Su Xiaoxiao reminded Xiao Chen when she saw that he was tempted. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "No problem, I can understand." It was hard for youths to avoid showing off their abilities. This was especially so for these geniuses with higher talent. Most of them thought highly of themselves. Since Xiao Chen started out, he had seen a lot of such people. He completely understood Su Xiaoxiao's words. However, he was no longer that impatient youth of the past. Now, he was still as sharp as before. It was just that he was much more reserved. His 1 year in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had matured his mental state. From Xiao Chen's eyes, Su Xiaoxiao could tell that Xiao Chen had matured a lot. So she did not say anything more. Kim Tae-ho, who was at the side, said seriously, "Xiao Chen, the sex of the other 4 nations are very competitive. The competition is much stronger than in the Great Qin nation. Even if your talent is the same, the environment you are in is different. Your cultivation is on a different level. In this small gathering, there are 5 people who are not weaker than you. The host of the gathering, Jin Wuji, is one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 4-nation youth competition." Xiao Chen understood what Kim Tae-ho meant. He was reminding him not to be careless. Otherwise, he might end up suffering a huge setback. Actually, there was no need for Kim Tae-ho to say it. Xiao Chen already knew that the world was very big. Especially in this era, there were as many geniuses as there were beasts. The battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had solidified Xiao Chen's confidence, making him sharper. However, he had never been arrogant to the point that he was undefeatable and looked down on the heroes of the world. After the meal, under the strong request of the 3, Su Xiaoxiao played a few more tunes for the crowd. Su Xiaoxiao's tunes were ethereal and lively. One would never get tired of listening to them. They could clearly feel the state of the tunes. Sometimes it was the peak of a green mountain, sometimes it was a small bridge with flowing water, sometimes it was a cool breeze, and sometimes it was a powerful army with lofty aspirations. The various states changed naturally and smoothly, without any stiffness. After Su Xiaoxiao finished playing a few tunes, the beautiful tunes still lingered in everyone's ears, lingering for a long time. When Bai heard this, he immediately pestered Su Xiaoxiao, wanting her to teach him how to play the zither. Su Xiaoxiao liked Bai a lot, so she immediately expressed that she wanted to take her in as a disciple. Little White kept calling Su Xiaoxiao master, which made Su Xiaoxiao giggle from time to time. Kim Tae-ho pulled Xiao Chen to the balcony of the top floor. As the sea breeze blew, he took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Xiao Chen. He said, 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Consider it the compensation for saving this fat lord the other time. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He revealed an expression of disbelief. Since when did Fatso become so generous? I feel depressed. Old brother Xiao Chen, can you not show such an expression? Do I look like such a petty person? It is just 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones, Kim Tae-ho said, feeling extremely speechless. Xiao Chen said indifferently, don't say I look like you. You are one in the first place. However, I still want these spirit stones. Although Fatso said it very generously, when he handed over the spirit stones, the fat on his face could not help but twitch a few times, revealing the pain in his heart. Xiao Chen smiled gently and placed the spirit stones in his universe ring. He said, let me ask you something. What is this Su Xiaoxiao's identity? She seems to be very capable. She can casually invite people to this gathering of the outstanding talents of the 4 nations. According to what Kim Tae-ho said, the level of this gathering was not low. Furthermore, the host was one of the top 100 participants of the previous 5-nation youth competition. If an ordinary person wanted to join such a small gathering, they would not be able to do so without a certain status and identity. As the sea breeze blew, Kim Tae-ho smiled gently and said, there is no harm in telling you. Her true identity is the young manor lord of the Heavenly Craft Manor. She is the successor on the surface. The young manor lord of the Heavenly Craft Manor. No wonder. Wu Shangxuan once said that the influence of the Heavenly Craft Manor in the continent was much stronger than that of the 3 great sections. With the identity of the young manor lord, it would be easy for her to get to know the outstanding talents of the various nations. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, don't overthink. Just make your preparations. The warship is twice as fast as the merchant ship. We will reach the Green Wind Island in 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sea was calm and peaceful. Due to some reasons, the Jin clan's warship could not dock at the Green Wind Islands harbor. The four took a small boat and headed for the Green Wind Islands harbor. The Green Wind Islands harbor was livelier than any harbor that Xiao Chen had seen before. Large merchant ships from the various nations filled the area. The small boat that the four were on was like an ant traveling through a giant statue. It was very insignificant. After they reached the shore, Su Xiaoxiao said, "The gathering should start at noon. Let's enter the city quickly and not waste time." Before Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Shangxuan's astonished gazes, a silver warship shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. He said softly, "If we are in a rush, then use this secret treasure of mine." The silver warship expanded according to Xiao Chen's will. Then, it soared into the sky with a so sound, flying quickly through the clouds. Fatso stood on the bow of the warship and shouted, "Damn! Xiao Chen, the flying formations on this warship are actually intact. We can fly without using spirit stones. Are you selling this secret treasure? I will buy it no matter how much it costs." Chapter 369. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Don't even think about it. Even if I gave it to you, you would not be able to use it. You need the corresponding method to control this secret treasure." Xiao Chen had managed to completely control the silver warship after he destroyed the ancient spiritual sense in it. He had also spent a lot of effort to repair it. How could he sell it to others? Soon, the silhouette of a city twice the size of Shiha City appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen slowed down and slowly landed outside the city. Only an hour had passed. There was still some time before noon. Under Su Xiaoxiao's lead, the group entered the city and immediately headed for the most bustling restaurant in the city. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, a waiter compared the portrait. He immediately came before Su Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, "Miss Xiaoxiao, right? Young Master Jean has already reserved the entire 4th floor. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come with me." The interior of the restaurant was very spacious. It was more than 200 square meters. However, the hall on the 1st floor was packed with people. It was very bustling. The 2nd and 3rd floors were also filled with people. There were practically no empty tables on the tables. The entire hall was filled with all sorts of shouts and discussions. The situation only became better when they reached the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was filled with private rooms and pavilions. Those who could come up here were not ordinary people. However, there were practically no empty rooms. The Savannah King's treasure actually attracted so many cultivators. This is rather surprising. The person who started all this, Fatso, laughed shamelessly. The waiter leading the way laughed as well. "Indeed, it is all thanks to that damned Fatso, who publicized the treasure map. This Fatso is now hated by everyone. However, our restaurant has to thank him. Since last month, our business has been booming." Hearing this, Xiao Chen and Su Xiaoxiao both laughed gently. Fatso's expression immediately became conflicted. His smile completely froze. Seeing that Jean de Bao's expression wasn't right, the waiter hurriedly said, "Sir, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that damned fatty who sold the treasure map. You can't be called fat, you're completely noble and dignified. That damned fatty can't compare to you." When she heard this, even the reserved Su Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh out loud. "You can go down first. We will go up ourselves." Afraid that the fat man would not be able to suppress his anger, Su Xiaoxiao quickly sent the waiter, who was about to say something else, away. Kim Tae-ho felt very depressed. However, the waiter had already gone far away. Furthermore, the waiter had only said something nice. Even if he wanted to get angry, he could not find a reason. This kind of conflicted and depressed expression, every time one looked at it, one could not help but laugh. The few of them went up to the 4th floor. Compared to the 3rd floor, this floor was very quiet. There was no noise at all. The tables in the middle of the large space were all cleared out, creating a large empty space. There were many tables placed against the walls of the restaurant. Cultivators of various nations sat at the tables, discussing matters of martial cultivation. Xiao Chen looked around and saw about 100 people. Most of them were inferior-grade martial kings. Although a few of them had not become martial kings, their auras were very strong. However, Xiao Chen's aura was extremely strong. Clearly, he had been stuck at peak superior-grade martial saint for a long time. Now, He was only a step shy of advancing to Martial King. These people were all over the age of 20. Compared to Lung Liusu, they were much weaker. However, to be able to become Martial Kings before the age of 25, they were worthy of being called geniuses. This was especially so for the youth sitting in the middle. He was handsome and had a deep gaze. His aura was like a ferocious tiger or wolf. Just by sitting there quietly, he gave off a faint pressure. This youth was already a peak inferior grade Martial King. He was also the only one among the 100 people to do so. The increase in strength of a Martial King by a grade was even more obvious than that of a Martial Saint. Without a high-ranked martial technique or a strong state, it would be very difficult to challenge an opponent of a higher cultivation realm. If Xiao Chen guessed correctly, this person should be the one that Kim Tae-ho mentioned. He was one of the top 100 contestants of the previous 5-nation youth competition, Jin Wuji. As Xiao Chen sized up the crowd, countless gazes fell on Xiao Chen as well. However, when they saw that he was only a superior grade martial saint, disdain flashed in their eyes. Disdain flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he quickly shifted his gaze away. However, his gaze lingered on Xiao Bai for a long time. A few of them did not even bother to hide their possessive gazes. Haha! I thought that Miss Xiao Xiao would not be coming. Brother Jin is here as well. Who are these two behind you? When Jin Wuji saw Su Xiao Xiao and the others arrive, he immediately stood up and walked over. Su Xiao Xiao smiled gently and said, "These are two of my friends from the Great Qin Nation. I apologize for not informing young Master Jin beforehand." Jin Wuji smiled casually and said, "What are you saying? Miss Xiao Xiao's friends are my friends as well. Please, take a seat. Later, when another person arrives, the gathering will officially begin." Su Xiao Xiao looked around the hall and asked suspiciously, "Who else is not here yet?" Jin Wuji smiled mysteriously and said, "Let's keep it a secret first. We will know when she arrives. She is a major character. However, she just happened to be passing by." "Brother Jin, don't keep us guessing. Tell us." Indeed, indeed. Who exactly is this major character for Brother Jin to treat them like this? Tell us about it. Jin Wuji was the first disciple of the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. The Heavenly Sword Gate had a few supreme elders who were martial sages. In the entire continent, the Heavenly Sword Gate was a first-rate sect. Furthermore, it was ranked rather high. Jin Wuji's status was already very high. Otherwise, he would not have such prestige, able to gather so many geniuses of the various nations. Even Jin Wuji had to show some respect to this person. It was easy to imagine what kind of person this person was. This person was definitely a major character. This piqued everyone's curiosity. Just at this moment, a strong aura suddenly surged in the direction of the restaurant. Everyone was startled and looked out the window. Jin Wuji's face lit up in joy. He said softly, "She is here." A nimble figure floated in from a window on the 4th floor. It was a pretty woman with a curvaceous figure and a smile like the morning sun. She was wearing a green robe and flew in from the window. After the azure-robed girl landed, she withdrew her strong aura. She had an apologetic smile on her face. She looked around and said softly, "Yu Chenxi apologizes to everyone. Something cropped up, so I am late." Unexpectedly, it was Yu Chenxi. When everyone on the 4th floor heard this, they revealed astonished expressions. This was really a major character. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Yu Chenxi was one of the top 50 contestants, ranked 36th. Going from the top 100 to the top 50 was a hurdle. Going from the top 50 to the top 10 was another hurdle. Every hurdle represented a qualitative difference in combat prowess. The most important thing was that in the previous 5-nation youth competition, Yu Chenxi was only 16 years old. At the age of 16, he was already an inferior grade martial king. Furthermore, he managed to make it into the top 50. With such talent and strength, he could be described as a demonic genius. Furthermore, the Supreme Sky Sect, which Jin Wuji belonged to, was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. Among the first-rate sects of the continent, the Supreme Sky Sect was a true peak power. There were more than 10 martial sage supreme elders in the sect. With such horrifying talent, the nurturing of a first-rate sect, and the rich spiritual energy of the Great Jin Nation, Yu Chenxi's future was foreseeable. She was like a rising star. When Jin Wuji saw Yu Chenxi arrive, He heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that she would not be coming. He smiled and said, "Miss Yu, it is not noon yet. You are not late. We are just early." "Indeed, Miss Yu, there is no need to mind. We have not been here for long." When Yu Chenxi arrived, she immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. No one cared that she was late. Jin Wuji invited Yu Chenxi to a table in the center. After Yu Chenxi was seated, he stood up and said softly, "I believe everyone came to the Green Wind Island this time for the treasures left behind by the Savannah King. I am indebted to everyone's generosity for attending this gathering. There are two purposes for this gathering. One is to avoid a life-or-death situation during the fight for the treasures. This is to let everyone familiarize themselves with each other first. When the time comes, everyone will obtain what they need based on their own abilities. We will make a gentleman's agreement that we will absolutely not do despicable things like sneak attacks or sneak attacks. Normally, everyone is from different sects of different nations. Normally, it is very difficult to get together. Today, everyone should take this opportunity to exchange pointers with each other and improve together, obtaining what we need. This is the second purpose of this gathering." Xiao Chen felt that this first purpose was not very realistic. Not to mention the people who came, there were also many experts who did not participate in this gathering. Even if everyone here made a gentleman's agreement, Xiao Chen did not believe that anyone would care about a gentleman's agreement when the real treasures appeared. However, he believed that everyone would still put on a show on the surface. One thing was different in front of others. "I, Lu Meng, support Brother Jin's suggestion. I can make a gentleman's agreement first. If anyone here finds a treasure first, I, Lu Meng, guarantee that I will not make a sneak attack," a stout cultivator carrying a large saber on his back said first. "I, Wang Hao, also support Brother Jin's suggestion. I am willing to make a gentleman's agreement. I, Li Yu, also support Brother Jin's suggestion. I am willing to make a gentleman's agreement." As